to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
The FIDE World Cup in Krasnaya Polyana resumed after the weekend. The world champion, for the first time at this tournament, did not advance to the next round after the results of the two classical games. In the first game of the round, Carlsen played black. His opponent, Radoslav Wojtaszek, sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, and Carlsen responded with a counter-sacrifice of a piece. After a short tactical struggle, both players agreed to a draw in a position with a non-standard material ratio, but approximately equal chances. In the second game, Carlsen played very aggressively with the white pieces in the Sicilian defence. He pushed his kingside pawns and created a very dangerous attack. When the last precise move would have given him a decisive advantage, Norwegian Grandmaster lost his way, missing a clever and tricky move of his opponent. The situation on the board escalated sharply and the champion didn't have much time left. The game ended in the draw by perpetual. The score in the match was 1-1. Russia's Vladimir Fedoseev won both games against Vladislav Kovalev, who was playing for FIDE. Also, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave from France was also victorious, defeating 15-year-old Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa. Indian Grandmaster Vidit won 2 games against Jeffrey Xiong from the United States. Kasper Piron from Poland won the first game of the match with a draw against Sindarov from Uzbekistan in the second game. His compatriot Jan-Christoph Duda defeated the Iranian Grandmaster Puya Irani with the same score, 1-1/2. Haig Martirosyan from Armenia also defeated Ante Büyk from Croatia with the same score, 1-1/2, while Samuel Shanklin from USA beat the hero of the third round, Rinat Jumabayev from Kazakhstan. It was Rinat who knocked out one of the main tournament favourites, Fabiano Caruana. Indian Grandmaster Pentala Harikrishna tried to realise a minimal advantage against Amin Tabatabai from Iran. More than 100 moves, but he failed to break the stubborn resistance of his opponent. The Iranian Grandmaster won the match with the score 1-1/2 and advances to the next round. Among the creative achievements, we should mention the confrontation between Pavel Pankratov from Russia and Etienne Bacrot from France. Both classical games turned out to be very puzzling and very exciting. As a result, the rivals went on to a tiebreak. 8 matches out of the 16 went to tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen realised his game advantage and defeated Radoslav Wojtaszek. At the same time, Radoslav's wife, Alina Kashinskaya, lost on the tiebreak in the women's section. As a result, only one married couple remain in the World Cup, Alexander Grischuk and Ekaterina Lano. Both of them defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. Russian Grandmasters Peter Svidler, Sergei Karyakin and Andrei Esipenko also solved their sporting tasks, beating their compatriots. The most spectacular tiebreak was the derby of the young Grandmasters Nordiberk Absutarov from Uzbekistan and Vasif Turabayli from Azerbaijan. There was not a single draw in 4 games in this match. The Azerbaijani Grandmaster turned out to be stronger and continued to move along the tournament grid. There were no Armageddon games in the 4th round, but the fans gained some exciting emotions without them.
Hello and welcome to round 5 of the FIDE World Cup. It's getting very, very tense indeed. We're now down to the last 16 and we have some fascinating
first move
lineups. Oh, D4, is that being played? So here is, of course, Magnus Carlsen against Andrei Yesipenko. And
Evgenia Medvedeva made the first move.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
so
Thank you.
D4. Yes.
Thank you very much. And yeah, so that's D4. Now the question is Andrei Yesipenko going to spoil his 100% record against Magnus Carlsen today?
Exactly.
Will it be ruined? He's got a cool 1 out of 1 against Magnus, which is better than many people.
And they've only played this year.
This year. So it's from the Tata Steel tournament back in January.
I just wanted to tell you that Evgenia Medvedeva is an Olympic athlete, so she won the silver medal, and she is
in what?
In skating, ice skating. Yes.
Great.
So, and somehow she also has Armenian roots. Nigel, yes. I was curious to find this out.
You're very happy there.
So the Sweet 16 of the tournament.
Okay.
Yes. So let's have a look at the pairings, which will be on your screen very soon, and I will tell you about some of the results that I found out. So as we know, Andrei Yesipenko leads against Magnus Carlsen. Etienne Bacrot plays against Kasper Pirun, another world champion, I think 5-time world champion in chess solving.
Yes.
And actually, they have a tie.
That's Kasper. Yes, so they're 1.5 each. They've 1 win each.
Yes, and our viewers should not forget how great of a player Etienne Bacrot was.
I've not forgotten this.
He was working as a second, but he was playing in the elite tournaments not so long ago, and he's a tough opponent.
Of course he is.
Alexander Grishuk is playing against young Krzysztof Duda. Vasif Turabayli.
What are their results?
Well, the problem is I just erased all the games from Alexander Grishuk on my database, we will get to this later.
All right.
Ivic Velimir is playing Vladimir Fedoseev, and as we know, this is the biggest surprise of this event. He's only 18, so that's his first official event at such level. So he hasn't played the games against such strong opposition at all. So.
And he's been very impressive.
Haik Martirosyan is facing Amin Tabatabai, and actually they've played together 4 times, and the first time they've met in the World Championship under 18, and Haik Martirosyan leads +2 score, with a +2 score.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Even more interesting, Sergei Karyakin against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, because they represent the Magnus generation, born in the 1919.
They've played each other 70 times.
They've played so many times, and the first time they've met in the World Championship under 10.
Okay.
Maxim won at that time, and they're, I think, for now in classics, Sergei leads a +1, so they made a lot of draws in classical chess.
Pretty evenly balanced.
Yes. Sam
Out of how many games, roughly? A lot.
A million.
Lots.
A million. Sam Shankland is facing Peter Swidler, one of the World Cup winners, and they actually played a match together in Hogovin in 2018, which Peter Swidler won.
Okay.
So let's get to the games. Yes.
The games.
You have Ivic Velimir against Vladimir Fedoseev. So
let's see Magnus
first?
Carlsen. We should always start with Magnus.
Okay, that's the position. We will get the position on your screens shortly. last but not least, our sponsors.
Sponsors, don't forget the sponsors.
Of course. And you have all the partners of the event in front of you on the stage. So the general partner of the championship is a global energy company, Gazprom. So they supply natural gas and all other energy resources, all over the world. And I believe that, when Gazprom comes to you, you have no other choice but to choose them. And they chose us.
Very good.
They sponsor the chess event and especially the World Cup. We also have
major energy
company. Yes. We also have Nornickel, which is the leading Russian metals and mining company, and it's the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. During this event, we have a special prize, Platinum Crown by Nornickel, which is awarded to players like at the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup for their games. And for the fourth round, this prize was awarded to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave for his win against Pragnananda.
Okay. Yes, it was a good
fine
game.
Win
it
indeed,
was an excellent game.
And Fosagra is also one of strategic partners of this event and also one of the strategic partners of the Russian Chess Federation and FIDE. It's one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers, and it's contributes to Russia's food security and also supplying these to more than 100 countries all over the world. So
very impressive. So they're about half as widespread as FIDE.
Well, they still have something to learn. So, Nigel, how about singing the Doors song?
No, yes? I'm not going to sing. I think you should burst into song,
so
Almira.
Just to make it a little bit more lively.
A little bit later. Later, yes.
So finally, we are getting the commentators on the screen.
Okay.
So the former world challenger and the former European champion. And I wanted to ask you, Nigel, where's the line between the formers and the has-beens?
It's a very fine line indeed. But I can actually tell you a story about has-beens, because there was an article appeared in, I forget which magazine it was. It was either Chess or British Chess magazine. When I was 16 years old, and it was an article by David Levy, who's better known for his computer chess involvement with computer chess, and it was entitled, "Is Nigel Short a has-been?" So that was already 40 years ago. I was condemned as a has-been. I don't know what that makes me now.
And of course, we would like to greet our audience, which is huge. So then I can sing the Doors.
Of course
song.
you can.
So, hello, I love you, can you tell me your name? Hello, I love you, can you tell me your game? And my game is chess.
Yes.
So here we are, and let's have a look
I want to know what's the name of the game. The game is chess.
So let's have a look at the first
Mamma
game.
mia, here we go again. Right.
Magnus Carlsen is playing against Andrei Yusupenko.
So
and
it
surprisingly,
is a,
yes, Magnus,
it's this sort of Bogo Catalan.
But he's playing against himself. That's the line he's chosen yesterday.
Yeah.
So let's have a look.
Well, it's with Bishop E7.
Yes.
That's a different.
Yes, he was playing A5, but here Andrei Yusupenko went for Bishop B7. Nigel, let's explain, but first black provokes after Bishop B4. There are a lot of continuations, of course, but Bishop D2.
Knight D2 is a sacrificial idea very often. These things are quite fashionable these days. Bishop D2 is more common.
And it's more calm, but then suddenly black goes Bishop B7.
Yeah, and the whole point of that, I mean, black is saying that your bishop is worse placed on D2 than it is
on C1.
On C1. Normally, when black is playing this way, he will not capture on C4, so he will not play an open position, because then you're actually conceding a tempo. The bishop on D2 is normally well placed in an open Catalan, But in the closed Catalan, that bishop often gets in the way of your development. So, I mean, typical lines are if you know that somehow white puts his knight here, he may then advance and fianchetto his bishop. Those are sort of typical setups in the sort of closed system. But here, the bishop is impeding your most natural development. So, I mean, it's not a big deal. I played these positions. I played them with white. I played them far more often with black.
Then white would need to improve the bishops.
Yeah.
So sometimes bishop f4. Yes?
Sometimes you play bishop f4. Sometimes you try and make use of it in that way.
But then knight bd7 or black also had a choice to take.
Yeah, but that's just losing a tempo.
Yes.
That's just losing a tempo on a main line. So queen c2.
Yes, let's just explain. So you would lose with knight c6 or bishop d7.
Well, no. I mean, a6 is the typical move there, and then queen takes c4 is just exactly a main line. b5, queen c2. Bishop
and then
b7.
Normally you have to play already bishop b4 here. Your bishop has to be
you're just exactly one tempo down, and white can play rook c1 and have a very nice advantage there.
And with the idea already of playing bishop
well,
a5.
It depends. The queen takes c7 is your idea, so straight off.
Okay.
So
that's why actually black plays knight bd7, and
I can tell you a funny story, because there was actually quite a strong player who played in this way. I remember in a World Cup. Yeah, I think it was a World Cup. It was Mohamed Tissir who played this. Okay. He played it. If we can reach that position with rook c1 in that variation, he played this against Alexander Khalifman, and so I mean, black really doesn't have a choice other than to play bishop d6 here. And I remember Khalif after the...
just a second. I wanted to show that why they didn't have it. For example, if you would want it to protect by knight a8, it runs into knight g5, and you know this... And the bishop.
It's not the end of the world, but it's strategically it's very bad. But
so then you have to play bishop d6?
Yeah, you play bishop d6. And he said he couldn't believe it because the guy had just given him a tempo, obviously didn't know any theory or anything like that. And he said it was at this moment he realized that the Catalan was such a bad opening because he couldn't find anything better than to play bishop g5 in this position. That was absolutely the best he could come up with. So I mean, after a very long thought, he thought, you know, what is this? You know, my opponent's just given me a tempo, and I can tell you that an addition to that story is that this is how the idea h6 occurred in the Catalan, because you can get this position. If we go all the way back, this is a long digression, apologies for this, but okay, if we go in the standard way, castles, d takes c4, queen takes. Okay, now here bishop d2, as I say, is like one of the main lines, and you know, black can actually play h6, and it's not a stupid move, because after rook c1
you have bishop d6.
You get the Tissir variation, but with bishop g5 is not possible. I've actually played this myself with black, sort of as a joke, but it's a serious opening at the same time.
So, Nigel, let's see what happened. This is actually a very interesting explanation. And then, Nigel, look, Magnus played bishop c3. So, of course, this is a very rare line. And I found a game where Magnus was on another side.
I've never seen this in my life. I really haven't.
Actually, Magnus played against Ding Liren in this position with black.
Okay.
And himself has chosen to play b6 here.
Interesting.
So he knows this line quite well.
Right. That is.
And how did it go? Actually, well, he decided to exploit the position because white is improving
Yes.
his bishop, but on c3 and not on f4.
And the whole point is, if c takes d5,
Is knight
you are
d5.
going to take with the knight,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not wasting a tempo with a move like c6, which is very often what you do here.
And actually, c6 has been played. In this position after bishop c3. c6 is played quite often.
Okay,
And
so c6 is played often, but I'm not. This would, to my mind, enable white to justify this queen c2, and he's playing with e4 in one move, and so he's effectively saving a tempo this way with e4.
And another idea, actually, which I found that after c6, knight bd2 may be a more pertinent one, not to lose
b5.
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 Yes.
That's interesting.
What do you think about this
Yeah,
one?
that is a very interesting move. c5, I guess, would be the response. And
well, actually, in this game played by Vidit,
yes,
that was c takes b5, c takes b5, and knight e5.
that looks modest. Bishop b7. That wouldn't.
And bishop b7, you
that
think,
wouldn't.
yes.
That wouldn't concern me.
So you would advise b5,
Yeah,
c5?
I think
yes?
c5. I think you take some space, unless knight e4 is a particularly good response there. This looks slightly better for white. So knight e4. Okay, let's.
So that's how
Yeah.
actually we describe the character of the position.
Yeah,
I think.
we're tossing out a few of the strategic ideas here,
So-
rather than
So black has a number of options in this position
black
after
has
bishop c3.
not
Maybe
a
a5
huge number
here.
of options, I would
we've
say.
seen, like,
but
maybe b6,
okay, a3 can be
And
played.
a3. No, I mean not in this position. After bishop c3, he has b6, c6, and with a different
Yes,
plan.
yeah,
Okay, so let's get back to
where we once belong.
Okay, Nigel, how did you do in these events? By the way, yourself.
I don't recall. I have the memory of a sieve, so I don't remember doing particularly well at any time. But tell me, Almira, what was your best result? Do you know how often you played?
Well, actually, I've played, I think, 7 times.
Oh,
and
wow.
I have this very strange statistics because for the moment the women's event reached the quarterfinals.
Yes.
And I've been there 3 times actually.
The quarterfinals.
So the quarterfinals.
But
and,
did you advance further?
No, I've lost 2 tough matches against Alexandra Kostyanyuk and the last one against Zhao Xu, which I was winning.
Yeah.
And in the first.
Zhao Shui.
Yes, okay, you have the perfect
No, I
pronunciation.
don't, but I'm a bit closer. That's my Chinese
And
is
my
terrible,
first-
but it's
my very first World Championship. I lost the quarterfinals against Alisa Maric. So this was sort of my
Alisa
my
Maric.
limit.
Oh my
yes.
goodness,
So I had
that's a blast from the past.
this
Yeah.
wild quarterfinal matches, but I know how the players feel. So. This is really tough, especially when you have to go through the tie breaks. And I remember the last one, I had to play the tie breaks every match.
Okay. So how about you? Are you a former quarter-finalist or a has-been? To throw back the impertinent question which you asked.
Well, at least,
We're just teasing each other.
at least I have been there.
Yeah.
You have not been anywhere.
Yeah, there was the world champ. I mean, I always get confused. What was that in 1997? The world championship cycle, because it was basically the same format, and I got to the semis.
Okay.
But that was not called the World Cup, I think. So
doesn't matter. That's the same format.
Yeah,
yes.
it's the mini matches. So.
Okay, so
lost to Mickey Adams.
The winner of the World Cup.
On Christmas Day, I lost to Michael Adams on Christmas Day. There's nothing worse than that, honestly. Santa didn't come for me. I must have been a bad boy.
Okay, back to chess.
All right, okay.
So Peter Svidler is white against Sam Shankland, and let's have a look. Bishop b5, Sicilian once again. So after castle, actually Sam played a6 and not knight f6. So he forces this line with bishop d3, knight gf6, q1 e6, all this theory, and you transpose somewhat to, if black plays e5, to rule a piece. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's very similar to Roy Lopez Breyer sisters.
With the knight on d7.
Yes. Because if black plays, should black play e5 at any time? And he has, I mean, at this moment there is flexibility in the position.
For the moment black played queen c7.
Yeah, yes. And that's a useful move anyway, queen c7. Should black play e5? White will probably play d5.
To close the position.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not always the case because sometimes you keep it flexible. But in general, if I can just talk about...
Nigel, one question. Should I start here with a4?
Well, I just want to say that I shouldn't give away secrets because I sometimes play this on the internet. And talking on the internet, somebody yesterday I noticed in the chat, these very charming people in the chat who said, Nigel, have you ever cheated online? I'm very surprised he didn't ask me whether I've ever been arrested for shoplifting or committed genocide. The answer is no. Right. But to come back to the chess. Yeah. This is important because the move c4 is generally good here. When white has advanced the a pawn, and the point is that the knight then cannot be evicted from c5. Whereas if the pawn is back on a2, the move b4 is very often a very good strategic idea. So I'm just trying to explain the subtleties of this type of position.
For example, if I play knight f1, 4 d5, c4, let's say pass knight c5, this is the type of that's exactly the type of idea that I'm indicating. So black should take that en passant, which is a very tricky rule. French invented it. What a name, en passant. And has been a philosophical debate at the time, when they decided to introduce this rule to chess.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the inventions which I approve of. It makes chess a much more dynamic game. But here, white can follow it up with b4, kicking away.
Castle.
And b4. So we're just talking about the ideas here, how this can be played. And
but then the knight will go
it
here
can go
and
back.
Then to
It can. Well, it's probably not coming to c4 because I would play bishop d2. You go knight b6. I go knight e3, and we start the fight for the c4 square. And at some point, very soon, I will play bishop d3, and I will start aiming for the c4 advance. And White's main asset here is extra space, and you'll notice in particular how poorly placed that bishop is on b7, looking at this wall of pawns. So these are the strategic themes.
That was a very insightful explanation. And Nigel, actually knight f1 was played. Let me take all the squares from the board, and castle. Please have a look at their clock. Sam Shankland haven't spent, well, if you would say, like, spent some seconds on his opening phase, so he still knows this position. He knows it very well, and probably he was aiming for this position after the opening, especially bishop b5.
It's an interesting. I'm not quite sure how. It's going to be fascinating how Sam Shankland is going to continue here, because he's made most of the what I would call vaguely useful moves, the sort of obvious useful moves that
so he
in the
finished his
position.
development.
Yeah, now he needs a plan. That's really the question. How does he proceed from here? So if I were Peter Svidler, I would play knight g3. And the reason for that is I'm giving extra control to the e-pawn and e4 square. And should black
D5,
play d5, I would play e5 in response. So that's not the end of the story, by the way. I mean, here it probably is the end of the story. But, you know, I mean, black can improve his play in this type of position. For instance, he could capture on d4. C takes d4. He could put rook a to c8. Probably, maybe something like rook e2 could be possible. I'm not sure which is best. And you can even start to consider, I don't recommend it exactly here, you can even start to consider d5, e5, and then knight e4 as a positional sacrifice. I don't strictly, recommend it, and queen c2.
Maybe start with knight b6?
You could do maybe knight b6 first.
Just as an idea.
And to put the knight to d5 and with the queen coming to c2. So I'm not saying this is great. I'm just saying, one could play in such a way. These are maybe ideas.
Okay. So Peter is still thinking, so let's move to our next game. A lot of moves have been played already. So Velimir Ivic is black against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Oh, wow. We're practically in the end game.
Yes, and Vladimir actually has, almost a perfect score in his matches. He won all of his matches without tie breaks. So he is very confident in this format. He confirmed it in the interview. So let's have a look at the open. Grunfeld, okay.
Yep.
Okay, Nigel, you will have to explain the bishop d2. Of course,
I'm not going to explain this. Because, of course, the idea is, one of the ideas is to take over the bishop on c3 after the main line, probably. So bishop g7. Yes, Abhijit Gupta is saying, always have been a big fan of Nigel. That's always very nice to hear from a strong player. So,
hats off.
So
bishop c3. Okay, so that's I've made it so far.
Yeah.
But I don't know the subtleties of this position.
No, I don't know them at all.
Bishop d2, they went for a very concrete line. So c5, d5, e6. You need to undermine the center. Bishop c4, he takes d5 immediately.
Yes.
So bishop takes d5, knight c6.
Yes. Knight
f3 was played. I was
interesting because,
to understand. Going for this structure would be really very bad?
I have no idea.
These positions are so complicated, so I was thinking, what if you, simply exchange this and then you go for this?
You say you're better in
yes.
an...
I just wanted to understand a little bit. So let's say we'll make some moves.
I think we're a bit short.
A
bit short of development. That's our problem here.
Okay, let's say the intermediate. I'm not sure, just to understand something. Yes, and maybe knight e2. Yes.
Yes.
To be more flexible.
So perhaps rook d8 check. Maybe there are some problems here with development. That's usually the issue. That you need some sort of counter to your long-term strategic problems. So bishop a6 is already creating a very, very dangerous threat. But rook d1, so there are some.
And the rook ending is going to be unpleasant. You cannot take on e2.
Well,
can you?
It could be unpleasant. Yes. So I don't know.
It's like, okay, you probably have never seen Game of Thrones, no?
Game of Thrones, no. I've never watched Game of Thrones.
There's a very famous phrase, so I will paraphrase, like, you know nothing, Nigel Short.
Well, that's true. I mean, in Bishop d2, it's most certainly the case.
So it became so popular. Yes, of course. There are a lot of phrases which I used from the show. And
winter is coming.
Okay, this I know. Of course.
But there are some dwarfs in it, aren't there? I've seen those things.
No dwarfs.
No dwarfs.
No dwarfs.
Are you sure? Aren't there dwarfs in Game of Thrones?
Well, I don't know. I mean, not magical. I mean, like a character.
Oh,
yes,
right.
Yes. Okay, so, he didn't go for bishop c6, but then, like knight f3, wanted to finish the development. I'm pretty sure that Vladimir Fedoseev is very familiar with what he is doing, so I will check it a little bit later. So bishop g4, here, bishop g7, king g7, and here, bishop c6. Okay, so he wanted to develop his knight first and only...
Yeah, well, the thing is that the bishop's already committed to this square. So this looks like an improvement to me.
And on queen d2, you can also take knight d2.
You can take with the knight, yes. So
but then bishop f3 here. You see the intermediate move.
Has this been played already?
Yes, and g takes f3.
Yeah. And now b takes c6, I'm guessing.
So b takes c6, and how about this? But then queen c3 check.
And here we have
queen
to...
f6 probably, no?
Or queen d4.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
And rook c1.
Rook c1 is what you want.
Yes. Don't say something nasty.
I'm not nasty about Black's position.
Yes.
I mean, he'd better be pretty fast with his counterplay. That's all I can say. f5, you know.
Immediately f5, okay. Okay, let's see. Take rook c6.
Yeah, now I'm taking on e4 and playing rook a e8. And I am fast. Yes. So it's a typical one of these positions where, Black cannot afford to squander any tempo.
Yes, you have to be
to be incisive like
and
this. And
precise also. Yes. You cannot lose time.
Yes.
Okay, Velimir Ivich is thinking. And actually, I was... thinking that it was a very fine psychological preparation, because as we've seen, Velimir has such an aggressive style. He likes dynamic positions. So here he will have to defend maybe a slightly worse endgame from the very start.
Yes, yes.
So we will have to see how he continues. Let's go to Maxim Vasilyev and Sergei Karyakin. The Berlin once again.
Gosh. Yeah, unfortunately, FIDE has not got around to banning this opening yet.
I was thinking if you would compare the Berlin defense to a composer, which one would you choose? Which work would you choose?
Look, the Berlin is...
Wagner?
Wagner, gosh, something painful anyway.
Well, it is very painful.
Yeah.
Even though very beautiful.
The thing about the Berlin is there are quite a number of strategic ideas. It's just by now people are very, very familiar with them. Mm-hmm. And I think, let's talk about the great influences on this opening. I mean, Berlin, I think of Siegbert Tarrasch.
Siegbert Tarrasch, he used it?
Of course, he was using this. You know, you should look at. And actually, he understood this.
He was the visionary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he had some good ideas there. But Vladimir Kramnik, of course, is the person who, in modern times, has revived it. I mean, revolutionized it. Yeah, mm-hmm. I mean, it was played by a limited number of players. After Volodya, he beat Garry Kasparov. Well, I mean, he didn't beat him in the Berlin, but he won that match. Then everybody wanted to play it. So MVL, I think, has probably spent at least 5 years analysing this opening and nothing else. And everything is going for minor improvements on minor improvements.
Actually, MVL is one of the rare players who is almost always going for the end game.
Yes.
Because he, as you mentioned, he analyzed it. He knows these positions very well. And I think that he uses this move order very often. Let me check just after knight c3, king e8, especially knight c3, h5. I wanted to see what was the situation of the modern series.
That's a very witty suggestion from Stefan Eriksson. Mm-hmm. Irving Berlin. That's who it reminds us of. Oh dear.
So after h5, I think that Maxim himself, have played bishop g5 here already.
Harmonist, wasn't that the game? Against Max Harmonist. That was a great game. Don't you know that classic?
Which one?
Max Harmonist against Siegbert Tarrasch.
Yes, maybe
he was a ballet dancer. Harmonist.
Which is the position? Then I will probably, because I have the visual memory.
It's one of his games. It's one of the thematic games. Study it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Probably I know it. It's like when you're talking about the openings, in my defense, when we were studying some of those openings during our childhood, for example, like e4, c6, because the Nimtsevich has always been d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. All those openings were called the irregular openings.
Yes.
This is the thing. There's like a special chapter which was named the irregular openings,
which was just about everything in your day. Everything was irregular in your day.
So Maxim played bishop g5 himself.
I've got a very shocking story to say about Siegbert Tarrasch, and because the other evening we had dinner together. Almira, Elizabeth Pates and I, we had dinner together. It was on our free day. And we were at some nice Georgian restaurant. And I mentioned the name Siegbert Tarrasch. And Lizzie Pates, the top German women's player for so many years, asked where he was from. You remember that? I was absolutely floored by this comment. It wasn't a joke either. She didn't know.
And it was a very innocent question.
It was a very innocent question. How can Elizabeth Pates not know where Tarrasch was from. But we'll pass by on that. He did sort of, when prompted, it did vaguely ring a bell with her that he was German, didn't it? But she had to be prompted.
Nigel, let's get back to the nuances of this opening, because Maxim, of course, played bishop g5, but he also played numerous times bishop b4, especially in his mini matches and in his games against Hikaru Nakamura. So here they've been actually following one of his games. And after rook h6, first of all, Nigel explained the rook h6, and then I will tell you about the games. I'm putting you in the tough spot.
You put me on the spot. Yeah, because I'll explain. He would like to castle kingside, but this happens to be illegal. So therefore you play rook h6 because you can't put your rook into the center. Did I explain that well?
Well, perfectly. So sometimes it's a very, well, in a long term, I've seen some games when black played c5, this rook can even enter the play, you know, on the queen side. It's a very strange idea.
Yeah, sometimes you've got rook g6, sometimes, rook g6 is often the move.
So Maxim has played rook fe1, and he actually followed the game which was played by Sergei Karyakin. So to explain like their preparation, where Sergei Karyakin played bishop b4 here. So V.E. Karyakin, bishop b4, a3 was played, and probably Maxim was considering this game in his preparation, and actually Sergei deviated. He wants to exchange the rook immediately and to improve the position of his king. So how would we assess this position? Only a few games have been played. The recent one is Giri Rajabov.
Some comments in the chat, they were saying I'm trying to embarrass women. I have said exactly the same things about Lawrence Trent, not knowing chess history. So this is absolutely nothing to do with women. Elizabeth Pates I like very much, but I think for a player of her strength, she ought to know a little bit more about the strongest players from her own country. Zygmunt Tarrasch was, in fact, at one time the strongest chess player in the world when he won 5 consecutive tournaments. You know, I mean, he is a giant of the game.
And yes, and Nigel, I wanted to ask you, so in this game was played knight e6, f takes e6. What do you think about this exchange?
Yeah, in general, there's a rook handing, a bishop, the rook on the...
wait a second.
We've got something wrong here.
No, rook e6, sorry, that was exchange, rook e6. That's one of the ideas, yes, rook h6, rook takes e6. That's how it went. Because Maxim went for the immediate g4, and actually what surprises me that Sergei replies almost instantly. And once again, it's 1 hour 36 minutes on his clock, so he's still within his preparation. So g4, 8 take g4, and knight d4.
Yes.
So what? Okay, first of all, let's just point out that there is a threat of. I will make a pass.
Yes.
There is an immediate. No, there is no threat because bishop g5 is check. Okay.
Yes.
So that's not a threat for the moment. So knight d4.
D1.
Rook d1 and c5 probably. No. Because I have no other way of defending the knight.
Yeah, well, at some point I would want to...
Let's say, because
take on e6. Some point, I want knight takes e6.
So your pawn is still hanging. It's a very important pawn, especially if you will lose it. Yes, knight e6 and rook e6.
Rook e6, king g2. I probably have to cover some squares.
And then So you see now my rook, can actually enter into play, but I have to...
Well, 92 was possible as well.
Yes, 92 of course was possible.
Yeah, and much better. Why didn't I do that?
But then I thought that I might,
no, 92.
92 immediately.
Yeah, sorry.
So let's see how I would proceed here. Maybe rook g6, but then f3 probably.
F3.
F3,
yeah, that's
yes.
right.
Mm-hmm.
You can avoid... you can play king e8. That's it. King e8, for instance.
King e8. Mm-hmm.
And that makes use of the pin. So knight takes d4, c takes d4. Rook takes d4, runs into bishop c5.
Okay. But then maybe after, were we here? Knight d4. Maxim is still thinking. So he's, surprised in a way because he spent half an hour, on the opening phase. So let's see. We have to check once again. Rook d1, c5. No, first we wanted to take, yes? Knight e6. What do you think? Rook d1, c5, and then taking.
Yeah,
yes.
we've got to take
once
at some
again,
point. Yeah.
And here...
How do we... I
what can
don't
we
really
do?
see how we exploit this.
Okay, knight c2. Okay, let's see once again. Knight c2, rook g6. Maybe... Yes, because knight d4, rook g4, bishop g3, and you have this rook d4. That's the main line.
Anyway, even without that, it wouldn't be a problem. Looks like he's going to play rook d1.
But Nigel, we forget, of course, we are not awake. I think here, can we play c3 and win a piece?
Oh,
we
gosh.
forget that we have this
defended.
bishop g3.
Yeah, it's just defended.
Yes,
yeah.
so rook g6 doesn't work.
No, sorry.
But I was looking, my main idea was to play c3 and why we didn't use it. So then knight e2 is possible, I think. So then how do you defend the pawn? Or you simply sacrifice the pawn and activate your pieces? Can you play f6 here? Or not?
Well, you can.
Will this work?
Knight takes d4 is just going to...
6, then knight d4, and let's say
king c8.
c8 or okay.
c8.
This.
But...
because if e takes f6, bishop takes f6, and I was thinking that then I'm fine. I will go rook e2. You have to defend the b2 pawn, so you cannot...
So rook c4.
Rook c4 here.
c6 is okay,
yes,
I think.
c6 and
c6. But the problem is that rook is now embarrassed because we want to play b3, for example.
Then your rook has no squares. After b5, you're losing the rook.
Well, we can go to c5.
c5 and then... Oh, yes, you still have a few squares left. Okay, I have to be more precise then.
You can play bishop d4 and rook e2, for instance. And
you mean after rook c5, bishop d4, let's say...
Rook f5, rook e... Yeah.
Rook e2, and we will win one of those pawns.
Yeah.
Yes, so maybe f6 is an interesting try here. But what was played? Maxim is still thinking, or did we have... I know we did have rook d1 and c5. It's on the board, and we will find out later. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Vidit Santosh Gujarati, who is playing with white against Vasif Durabali. What is this? Exchange Slav, knight c3, knight c6, bishop f4, a6. Knight d5.
Yeah, this is one of the more challenging variations because white has to move quite quickly because if black just completes his development, then comfortable equality. But knight e5 just poses some small problems.
Yes, first of all, you put pressure on this knight, and either you have to defend it,
Yes.
and to take would be really disastrous. Yes?
Knight h5?
Knight h5, I'm just thinking. And so maybe bishop e3 here. What do you think about this? Because e6, g4, somehow I think I win a piece.
You do indeed. Well, you don't. D4 is still, but okay,
Yeah.
it's not.
You knight.
Yeah, it's not clearly not good.
So knight e5, queen b6, attacking the d4 pawn, the b2 pawn. So white takes on c6, b takes c6, queen d2, protecting the pawn. And how about this structure? Knight h5 was played, so bishop b3. Knight f6 back,
All right.
a3, and knight g4.
Is a3 relevant?
Well, he wants to play knight e4, and then maybe not the immediate idea, but he's also protecting maybe against e5 at some point after knight g4 and e5. I don't know. Let's see. For example, knight g4, bishop. He already played knight g4, bishop g5, e5. So because you cannot take on e5, and maybe a3 is sort of the protection against bishop b4 in some lines. We need to find out how to react here. Maybe e3 would be a more natural reaction.
E3 looks
yes.
like. Sorry, hang on a second. So let's look at
You want
h3.
he takes d4 probably.
Yeah, and the point is, let's consider the options here. Can we do, well, if knight a4, you're going to play queen b3, I guess.
Here also see the point of this variation,
Yes.
that there are a lot of the b4 square is very important. So queen b3 now, because I would always have, let's say, if a3 wouldn't have been played, I put my queen on b8 and then play bishop b4. You have or queen, so maybe you have no time of taking the
Yeah. So can we go back and consider another move here?
not h3.
Knight, yeah, well, h3, knight takes d5 is another move.
Okay.
C takes d5, h takes g4. If bishop takes g4, rook h4. What do you think of that?
It's a very interesting line. Also, it explains the a3 move. Because knight d5 is probably white's idea. So
Yeah, bishop e6 is still possible here. Bishop e6.
But
maybe.
should I provoke f3 or
I
not?
don't know. I don't know.
h5,
f3,
f3, and here bishop a6.
bishop e6, maybe good.
Because with f3
Yeah.
played, bishop c5 is a real threat.
All right. So this looks good for black to me.
So he's
After this,
white is still thinking
yes.
after knight g4 and bishop g5, e5.
Okay, let's
Yes.
move on.
Etienne Bacro against Kasper Purun. What is the position here?
Well, he's got an extra pawn,
so
according to Mr. Manatsakhanyan.
c3 castle, d4, bishop a7. I would say that this line is very dangerous for black.
Well, it's been seen lots and lots of times, hasn't it?
Yes.
This line. it's very, very difficult to prove an advantage against this setup.
But how do you actually, Nigel, just a second, because I think, and it's a very interesting idea, that after d takes c5, actually spend some time on this line. I think the best move is knight g4. And knight e4 is not precise.
Really?
Yes.
You surprise me here.
Yes, and because, you know,
So what's your idea? Bishop takes c6?
Well,
No. But let me go bishop f4 first.
Bishop f4 first, then I have...
I think...
No, but it's a crazy line, because at some point you would sacrifice an f2, play f6, as I remember. I can have a closer look, because, you know, let's see what happened after knight e4. Queen d5 is a very important move, so knight c5, bishop c2.
All right.
What do you do here? You know, this knight
e7 is quite standard, isn't it?
Yes.
This.
And then d5. So, well, if you want to play this with this structure, with the isolated pawn, then yes, but I think white is a bit better here. Let's see what Kasper and Puron prepared. So bishop g4, knight d6, and he goes bishop f5 here. So after knight d6, rook d6, he wants to take knight f5 and to win a tempo and
play knight e4 is his idea.
And also to have this d3 square after rook a8.
I think his idea is bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, and now if the rook drops all the way back to, if it goes to d5, I play rook a d8 with exploiting the back rank. If it goes elsewhere,
knight e4.
Knight e4. And with a very strong attack on f2.
But then it's a very clever maneuver. Bishop g4 first, rook d6, and then bishop f5.
So what was the response?
The response was knight a3.
Yes.
He develops the knight and protects the bishop. So knight e4 anyway. So bishop takes. Bishop takes.
Can I just go back? I did want to understand. Bishop takes c2 and knight e4.
Okay, let's have a look at this one. Rook d7, maybe. I'm simply giving the pawn.
Rook. I can't go.
No,
I can't go rook d8. So bishop takes f2 check. I have to play.
And king f1.
And you might be able to win a pawn. You may just simply be able to take.
What is very important is that because we need to explain that the difference. Compared to the previous variation, in this line I will always have bishop b3 with the knight on c2 already developed, so this rook will protect the first rank. So that's why he actually went after knight e4, bishop b4, and rook d1 back. So he's claiming that this endgame is... Actually, let's see. Of course, I don't want to give up this bishop. That's very important to keep the pair of bishops in this position. But if after bishop f3, g takes f3...
And knight f5.
Knight f5, what can happen? With the idea of playing knight h4 and taking the pawn back.
Looks very hard to demonstrate... much of an advantage here. It's the next couple of moves really will decide whether black is going to generate enough play, but knight h4.
We can continue with this bishop b4 just because I think here it's a very concrete line. So knight h4, rook d3, because
rook d8,
rook d8, rook d1,
rook knight takes f3 check.
And knight takes f3, you win the pawn back immediately.
Yeah.
Yes,
could still be better for white, by the way. King of
maybe
not there, Almira. Please.
Yes, knight e1. Yes, I start to lose. Yes, yes. Okay, first take and then knight e1. Of course, I just wanted to show. Yes, I need some coffee desperately. So king g2 is not possible, but king f1 because h2 is protected by the bishop. So and
you can have an advantage in this type of position. Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to this game. Martirosyan Hayek is black against Tabatabai Mamin. How to evaluate this position? Let's have a quick look. So the Nemtsovich was bishop d2, c5. He went for c5 for this structure, knight e4, knight e2.
This was always considered to be in the old days, this was considered to be very little, to play in such a modest way with bishop d2 and a3. And in general, if such a simple plan is good, then it means that the Nimzo Indian is no good at all. So I believe that black should have ample resources here.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's see, bishop a6,
so
b3 and b5. That's what I wanted to bring your attention to. So that black plays b6 and b5 and uses the strategic idea. Because he needs to
activate,
to activate the pieces and also to break this chain.
The biggest problem for black here is if you have a look, it's the position of the knight on b8, because that is short of squares. So he's trying to open up the position and resolve that. So we'll see the next few moves how this pans out.
So queen d3. So
takes.
It forces to take on c3, knight c3. So b takes c4 is forced as well because the b5 pawn was attacked. So then e d5.
Yeah, and that's his way by force getting his knight into the game, the b8 knight. So he's resolved that at a small concession, but black is ahead on development.
What is surprising to me that white took queen d5 here. Why not knight d5? There is some kind of tactical refutation.
I have absolutely no idea.
Maybe queen a5 check is in the game, and then
queen d2.
Queen d2. Maybe that's just a transposition. Let's have a look.
I don't think it's a transposition. I think
knight
it's
c6. They want to, because it would be the knight would be here.
Yes.
But then they.
I would prefer to have my knight developed.
And then if knight e5, you would always defend the c4 pawn by rook c1.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop e2, rook a b8, and castle.
Well, my first impression is black is active enough, but it depends. And I think, have we looked at all the games now? That's
our last game.
All right, we'll look at this.
Alexander Grishuk against Jan Krzysztof Duda. So, what was this? Sort of a Ragozin. Started with d takes c4 and knight takes c4, knight f6. Queen a4, you always play knight c6.
Yeah, this is some heavy theory.
Which
this line,
I don't know.
I can't tell you. Perhaps Emil Satovsky will be able to tell you something about this opening. He will be joining Almira shortly.
Yes.
Once we've just concluded this little tour of the 8 games. Here we have a position where white certainly has compensation. And I think an aggressive attacking player like Emil would probably prefer to have the white pieces because he enjoys giving checkmate, as we all do. Always playing for the brilliancy, always playing for the crowd. And it's a long-term initiative. I mean, it can peter out. It sometimes does peter out, but here we are in the early middle game, and there is a lot of play. And Black's kingside is a little bit weak. Mate will not be delivered immediately, but it could start to get dangerous in a few moves, with maybe Queen C1 coming, I don't know, maybe a rook lift to the 4th rank, that sort of thing.
Actually, what I was thinking, that the biggest difference between the previous games that I've seen was that here, after bishop c3, b takes c3, Black played h6, asking the bishop a very important question. So then so h6, bishop h4, castle, rook a1, and then they took on f6 anyway. So let me have a look at very few games, were played in this line.
No, it looks. I mean, we can have a look at the database, and there are some games already played here, but I think the sort of general principles are more important. I mean, it looks to me that Alexander Grischuk has not prepared this particular position. He is an extremely capable attacking player with a very fine feel for the initiative. So, he will be seeking out his chances.
Yeah, I found one game by transposition. Once again, this is a very rare line, and rook b8 seems to be the new idea, because in the previous game, Black decided to bring the knight on g6 just to be safe. So, and okay, if you want, king g7, just to show you what happened between two grandmasters. So, rook b8 is a very interesting move.
And he wants b5 quite quickly. So, I mean, there is some point to this. I mean, I'm looking for a rook lift here. That's one of the first things I'm considering. So I was actually thinking about rook d3, but this would play into Black's hands in a way with b5. And I don't think that's the ideal position for the bishop. And I thought bishop to b7 there. But White can maybe just play, is this too extravagant? Knight d2? And
knight d2, I wanted actually to play like Velimir Ivic and play knight h4.
Yes,
so what do you think about?
It's possible.
Especially to play against this knight on g6. Maybe that's why actually Black played knight g6 in the previous game.
Yes, that's also possible.
And then g3.
Check, and then queen d2 and mate. Yeah. And it's all over.
We will
Brilliant. Almira has completely busted Jan Christoph Studer's preparation. And I think at that moment I shall take my leave.
Yes,
we'll have a very short break.
Take a very short break, just to change our decor.
Okay.
And we will be back with a very special guest, Emil Sutowski. Please stay tuned. Dear chess friends, welcome back to our official broadcast of the FIDE World Cup. And here I am with a very special guest, Emil Sutovsky, FIDE Director General, and not a stranger to this game, a grandmaster and author of many chess brilliances. Hello, Emil.
Hi,
Welcome.
Almira. Good to see you here.
I'm so glad actually to welcome you to our broadcast, because not only you will analyze the game with us, but also share your vision of recent developments about FIDE and a lot of partnerships that have been concluded recently. So first, let's have a look at the games.
Yeah, sure. I think that's what most spectators are expecting from us.
Of course. So let's have a board. So I think everyone is interested in the match between Magnus Carlsen and Russia's young star Andrei Yesipenko. This is the position on the board right now. Emil, what do you think? Because you said to me just before we started the broadcast that you think that Magnus is facing some difficulties.
Well, he played very, let's say, unusual way in the opening, to put it mildly. I think the whole opening concept was knight e5 and then taking on d7 is maybe new, but not necessarily good one.
First of all, yes, Andrei chose to play c5 here. We considered actually a lot of options, because this is a very rare line. So b6 was played in a few games, then c6 was played, and he went for a very concrete line. He played c5, so knight bd2, b6, knight e5. So Magnus, yes, as you said, he played knight e5, took on d7, take on c5, and then took on d5. And Andrei is still thinking. What is he considering in this position?
Well, basically either ed or knight takes d5, obviously. I think ed is the most principled one. Well, the only point being that basically Yesipenko, as a strong player, he realizes that he has an exceptional position. And actually black is better at this point. The point, though, he is facing world champions, so he is sort of double-checking maybe some hidden idea ingenious by Magnus, like bishop f6, bishop f6, then knight e4 or something. But a reality check wouldn't work here. I mean, something bishop d4 probably. And let's say the main problem for black here is psychological, to really to grasp the fact that he is better and to try and find a way to push, because technically it's one of the problems of as a player in recent past. I can recall it that when you're black, your ambitions from the very beginning are somehow a bit lower, and you tend to underestimate your chances at certain points. So instead of looking for strongest continuation, let's say, if you would have just recolor the pieces and would have the very same position, but having from the white side, you would be much more ambitious. He is the same. I feel that he's a bit insecure, because I mean, he's doing well, he equalized completely, but actually he has to understand that he more than equalized, and he can try and play for an advantage. Probably Magnus hasn't done anything too bad to be in real trouble, but black has the most comfortable version of this line I could imagine.
Okay, and then could we consider, yes, we actually discussed this with Nigel, that especially for this format, to be confident in your own abilities, your own understanding of the game was one of the most important factors, and to really go for it. Well, even against the world champion.
It is so, and again, world champion is a formidable opponent, of course. But Andrei managed to beat Magnus in FIDE, as we all know. And Magnus, I have a feeling that he sort of stumbles sometimes against the opponents. Let's say he, for some reason, doesn't really produce his best chess against a particular opponent, and then he can lose to him more than once. It is not only his trait. I remember even Garry Kasparov. I mean, a part of. I mean, he was crushing right at his time, his best, and for some reason there were some opponents he couldn't find the key to. Let's say he could have had a huge score against Anand and Shirov and so on, but let's say against Kramnik it was poor. And even if a grandmaster who was not the very top one, but a strong one like Boris Golko, Kasparov managed to lose 3 games against him. Okay, one in his youth, but still two games after that. So I think it has to do something with a perception. How do you rate this or that particular player? If Magnus has, for the matter of style or for any other reasons, so he could really be not at his best. A question for Esipenko, whether he really is already, let's say, matured enough to come and really fight for an advantage with black, or he would play it safe and be happy with equalizing the game with black and then trying to push with white.
And Emil, you mentioned also that black could consider the option of taking on d5 with the knight, attacking this bishop. And actually, what would Magnus's response be? What would it be in this position? Does he want simply to play knight c4 and allow knight c3, or
and knight c4 doesn't allow knight c3? That's why it's probably good.
Yes, sorry, because the knight. Yes.
Right, and you cannot really play rook d8 because bishop a5 is coming. So I think in this situation, white would be more than okay. So maybe knight d5 is not really very good. I'm not sure why Esipenko spends loads of times here, but he still can allow himself. He played pretty quickly in the opening.
Okay, but as you mentioned, yes, probably he simply wants to be sure. Sometimes you simply do not believe your luck. You know that this is the move 13. And he's probably a bit better against the world champion. Let's go back to the game played between Peter Svidler and Sam Shankland. We actually left this game at this stage, the castle, and Peter played bishop g5 because Nigel suggested a more slow approach in order to see, because he suggested knight g3, so he wanted to see what would be black's plan. Would he play e5, which is not really adequate after knight g3, so Peter decided to go for bishop g5, h6, bishop d2, and rook fc8.
Bishop g5 is actually quite an amusing maneuver. I mean, he provoked to play h6, thus after knight g3, black cannot play g6 anymore. I'm not sure it was, let's say, necessarily the strongest one, but it's something quite interesting. So he tries to provoke
a very creative move,
weakness there, and then if he manages to play e5 one moment, then it would be after, let's say, e5 d, and the diagonal would be opened, and then you couldn't play g7, g6 with black. So in general, I think Svidler has a nice pressure here, and I can read from the body language, from what I can derive, I think Sam is not quite happy about his position and not quite comfortable.
And then, Emil, a very interesting choice. Of course, I understand this, but rook f8 was played. First of all, you probably leave the square for a piece for some defensive, maneuvers, or knight f8. So, rook fc8, rook c1. Sam decided to play queen b6 here. Doesn't relieve the tension in the center for the moment. C takes d4, so knight g3. Peter maintains the pressure in the center. So only now black takes, he takes d4 and plays b4. So queen e2, a5, and bishop d3 was the last move. And Sam Shankland.
I'm not sure I like Peter's queen e2. It seems to me a bit too slow. I mean, white is certainly better even after that, but I would think of something more immediate related to e4, e5 maybe.
Immediate after b4, yes?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like queen e2 is a bit slowish because black wants to play a5, but I do not want to sound like superficious, obviously. Obviously, Peter spent his time calculating here. Maybe d, knight g4 was a problem.
That's what I wanted to
maybe
to reply, because queen b6 actually is eyeing this f2 pawn, so maybe there was a concrete variation, especially after knight g4, and I don't see a very nice way of defending this pawn, because bishop b3 is also a threat, and then knight takes c5.
Yeah, probably, but still queen e2. I mean, I do not feel that it's the most useful move in the position if you get it back. because in a nutshell, what you want to get it to d3, or I mean, maybe he could have played h3 or bishop e3. I'm not sure. I'm not obviously I'm not checking any engine here or something.
Of course.
But queen e2 is. I wouldn't play queen e2. Let's put it this way. But Peter is of course known for his.
You have him on your screen right now. Peter is well known since he was a kid, you know, and he was walking around the tournament hall, and he still didn't change. So he's. I think that I discussed this with him, and then I think I suggested that it was not so easy to wait for your opponent's response. You know, you're so nervous, and then yes.
Obviously, for Peter, it has always been the same. I recall, I think the first time we met in 1990, so it's already 31 years. So he always was like that. But not only him, there are a lot of players who are, let's say, releasing the tensions this way. I also used to walk a lot around myself. Some players are, on the contrary, prefer to stay focused over the board. And I would say in a younger generation, more and more players, they are sitting and keeping their concentration and focus. Maybe that comes from the fact that they used to sit against the monitors and you know, to preserve their focus this way. But in our generation, I remember many players who would make a move and then start making circles.
Okay, so queen e2, a5, bishop d3, and actually Sam played rook takes c1, and probably he wants to, after rook takes c1, play rook c8. What do you think? Does he want to exchange all the rooks here? Yes.
By that, he obviously eliminates any immediate threats.
Peter stands up once again.
He took on c1, yes, and he expects Sam to proceed with his next move. Maybe rook c8, but then already maybe e5, taking on c8 and e5 could be an option.
Okay, yes, let's consider this.
I see here
e5,
questions coming, guys. You are more than welcome to ask questions. And so the question about Peter, Svidor won Russian championship 7 times. He won 8 times.
Yes.
It's amazing. I can't recall anything similar. Even for a Soviet championship, which lasted much longer for obvious reasons, the record was 6 times, which was made by Mikhail Tal and Mikhail Botvinnik. Both won 6 times. And Peter managed to win it 8 times, the Russian championship. But you know, it's an event with its specifics. And for example, a huge player like Skripchenko never managed to win it, for example. So there are some tournaments where you are really, you know, up to it. And Peter was always excellent in Russian championships, but obviously World Cup that counts, and actually he won it as well. We used to know Peter as a fantastic commentator and likable person and so on, but sometimes we neglect the fact that he's just a great player. He won the World Cup once, and he reached the final on other occasion. So I think Peter is really one of the serious contenders in this event.
Emil, and actually this year Alexander Goryachkina will be competing for, I think it's a historical fact, will be competing in the Russian championship. And so what do you think about her chances?
Well, we have to mention that she didn't receive an invitation,
yes,
but actually qualified to a
yes.
super final. And I think Alexandra made a huge progress within the last 2 years or so. Partly it could be attributed to her preparation for the Women's World Championship match. She eventually lost to Juven June, but fought really nicely. But also she is a very dedicated player. She has good trainers, and I think she has a bright future. And I bet on her being a leader of the female chess for years to come.
Yeah, she has become simply a very strong grandmaster, a very strong player with an impressive repertoire. Emil, during this FIDE World Cup, you know, FIDE introduced a notice. There's been a larger number of players in both events. So could you tell us a little bit more about FIDE plans, of course, and about this huge announcement which was made recently that you've signed an agreement with the NBC for the coverage of the World Championship match?
Yeah, first of all, about the World Cups, I think it was a very important idea which we introduced We actually introduced it a couple of years ago, but it is the first, due to Corona, we had to move it. So it is really important step to have the World Cup in a larger format. It took us a lot of effort. I can say that we have contributed significantly from the FIDE budget to make it happen, because to have an event with massive prize fund with so many players and so on, but still we believe it's a very right step, both on the professional level and to popularize chess in many countries, because they would have their representative in the World Cup. 93 nations, I think, were represented, and it's really important to them. And we felt that it would be difficult, although by the time of the decision we had an organizers in Belarus, but we had to remove the championship from there. But we stood up to the challenge, and during the COVID times, obviously, it's even much more difficult logistically, because with all these precautions, and we try very hard. At the same time, we feel that this step should, be continued, because many times people forget that chess, and even top chess, is not only about the top 10 players or something like that. There are many players, young players from countries that often are deprived of the opportunities to be represented on this level. I'm not talking about going, let's say, extremes and to have everyone participating in a World Cup, not at all, but let's say best player from let's say 100 nations, that's fair enough. And we will stick to this format, even if it is, let's say, costly. We expect that we will be able to find an organizer who would carry necessary expenses towards the next edition, but we think it was an important step. And we also take a step towards promoting the World Cups as it should be, as a very important event. I think for quite a time now it has been a bit neglected, a bit, let's say, you have World Championship match, you have Olympiad, you have World Rapid and Blitz, which are very popular, but the event like World Cup obviously deserves a lot of attention, both from the hardcore chess audience, but also from the wider audience. And here I can actually pass to an agreement we signed with NBC. It was a major agreement about the broadcasting of the World Championship match in Dubai. As you know, the World Championship match will take place from November 24 to December 16 at the premises of Expo 2020 Dubai. And it took quite time and effort to reach an agreement with NBC, but they also see a lot of potential in covering chess. And NBC Sports Network will be covering over 20 hours of chess from, let's say, for 3 consecutive weeks. So you could have a lot of opportunities and exposure for chess and all related stuff. We are not going to focus specifically on what's going on board only, but also to all the things which chess really brings to society. And I think it's only a first step. I can tell you that there is already a tentative agreement that NBC will continue, and if everything goes smoothly, cover major events in 2022 as well. And that's the right step, I think, for any major sport. Having a proper TV coverage is a must, and for many years it was not like that in chess. We came with the perception that it must be changed, and it is getting changed. And I also saw elsewhere a question about the dress code implemented in the tournaments. So it's partly could be attributed as well. So we try to elevate chess, to take it into the next level, into where it belongs, I think.
So this is a really historic agreement, I have to say. I mean, let's get back to our games, and I have a lot of questions for you. So this is a position from the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Sergei Karyakin. There has been, I think, a very long theoretical battle.
It was not a battle. It was a long display of Karyakin's preparation. Have a look on clock.
Yes, so that's what I wanted to know, actually, what happened, because we analyzed this position so far. 92, so King C8 was played, so 94. And here, actually, we analyzed this move. I'm not sure, of course, the depth of Sergei's preparation is completely different. He went for G5. So first of all, he fixed these 2 pawns, after the move g5, so you can no longer play f4 and protect the pawn. So bishop g3 and rook a6. He activated his rook. What we explained to our audience, that this rook somehow from h6 later on could enter the game with force. a4, rook c6. He continues to attack white's pawn. And c3, rook b6 now, b4, rook c6 once again. Rook d3 and rook c4, so now g4 pawn is hanging, rook f3, because it was not possible to defend this pawn, king d7 and rook f7. So how would you evaluate this position, Emil?
I would say that it should be a draw, because otherwise Karyakin wouldn't enter this line. So I obviously rely heavily on the fact that he didn't spend virtually no time to get to this position.
Exactly, yes. It's 1 hour 29 minutes on his clock.
So objective evaluation must be equal. Now he is now considering whether to take a pawn or to play king e6, and if to take pawn, which one? I think rook takes c3 and then king e6, or king e6. That's because king e6, rook f3 is maybe not good enough, maybe still good enough, and then just to take on g4 and then.
Which pawn is more important? Maybe the c3 pawn, because then the b4 pawn will be hanging. Let's have a look. He certainly considers all the options. So rook f7, and maybe what happens after rook c3?
Well, he made a move and he played king e6, so he really wants to go. Rook c3. I mean, it's a bit more risky. And so king e6 and then taking on g4. He wants solidly to regain this pawn and then to somehow get to e5 pawn because it's poorly protected. I would not really try to delve into subtleties of this endgame. I think if Karyakin went for it, it should be somehow drawish. And at this point, I think there were more fascinating game around.
Okay, so this is equal. Let's get to... we did Santosh Gujarati against Vasif Darabarli. So Vasif is the last Azerbaijani player in this event. And that's the position that we have on the board right now, because actually that was a very interesting line of the exchange Slav. So he played knight f6 here, a3 was played to protect this b4 square in some line, knight g4. Vidit was thinking for quite a long time. He played bishop g5, e5, and then h3, f6 was played. He didn't, because we considered h3, e takes d4, knight d5, something like this, yes. But I'm not sure if this line was correct, but certainly very creative and entertaining. So f6 was played here. He actually went for the bishop. He takes c5, rook b8, b4, and a5, immediately breaking this pawn chain before, because probably knight a4 was a positional threat. So, Emil, what do we think here?
Very complex position, very difficult to evaluate. Basically, if white were in time to play e3, bishop b3, the game would be immediately over. White would be just winning. But now it will come at the price of a pawn. But maybe if I were white, I would consider still playing e3.
e3?
Yeah.
Okay, then, we will have to go for it. So,
possibly bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
Cannot think of other move. Bishop d3. And you can play some sort of an annoying move like queen c5, but I'll play rook c1 for a lack of choice. But still, I don't quite understand what you do with your king. Maybe bishop g4, and even in a king with in the center, you can play it. And bishop takes. Yeah, but bishop takes g4. Maybe this one is too ambitious for white. Bishop takes g4, taking on h7, but my king on e7 would feel secure.
Maybe you don't take on h7 immediately. First of all, you wait. Actually, you were absolutely right. Black has to castle somewhere, or will he stay with his king in the center?
He will stay in the center on e7, but it's nothing.
So bishop
nothing
g4. So should be okay. You mean after bishop h7, king e7?
King e7.
Yes, something like this.
I'm not really concerned about black's future here. Also, bishop f5 is hanging. No, maybe it's too ambitious. This E3 whole idea. Just I was trying to gain a tempo.
Emil, can I win a tempo here? So after bishop g4, can I start with f3 so you don't have bishop f5?
Yeah, but it's
so then let's say bishop b6, then bishop h7, king f7, and king f2 connecting the rooks.
Yes, but maybe rook d8 and d4. Not sure which rook.
Yes. Maybe rook h8, yes, and d4, yes, of course, is
it's a
dangerous threat.
A bit too far. Maybe we get back to the initial position, to the one Vidit thinks about.
That's the position he's thinking.
And now we try to see what's possible. You know, Korchnoi said once that there are two types of players. One, those who react to the side moves, like a5 by playing a4 or h4, h5, and those who
ignore them,
who try to use this move. So I was always a player who tried to gain the move. You know, you attack my pawn, okay, I'll rather get a tempo to play e3 and give it pawn away. But maybe it's not the smart way. I mean, there are a lot of possibilities. b5 was also something that he surely considers. I don't know if it's good, but surely considers.
Example of like this knight d5.
This one is very good for white, but d4. After b5, d4 is a main probably option, and I mean that's very complex.
So knight e4.
He takes on b5. I don't know with what. Maybe cb.
C takes b5. Okay, g5 is.
I mean, who knows? G3 and bishop g2. Maybe just positional chess.
Then, yeah, this position. Is more open than the previous one, so your king will be really vulnerable in the center. Yes, so bishop g5 is hanging always with a check. So here, you know, it will be quite complicated to finish your development.
I'm being asked why don't we use a computer while checking. There are two opinions about that. I mean, both are fine with me. One saying that a commentator should look into a computer and then to bring some subtleties to explain why computer suggests this or that move. That's one thing. But when we try to replicate what really players might think of, we shall try, my opinion, we shall try and use our expertise to try and model what's way of thinking of the players who are involved. So I'd rather not be looking into engines evaluation, trying to give my opinion. It's not necessarily correct, and actually in most cases it would not be correct because you are guys seeing the computer evaluation and thinking why I'm suggesting some stupid moves. But at least you know that the grandmaster considers these moves. And
I think it's very important also to be able to explain the thought process, the mechanism of taking the decisions, how grandmaster proceeds. And usually it's diametrically opposed, you know, to the computer's evaluation.
Well, with the computers, it's quite tricky because sometimes the moves which they propose have nothing to do with what players even consider. Not that he or she preferred for one reason or another. We could even not consider the move like that. So I'm trying. Nobody really cares, I think, about the absolute truth here, because otherwise you could just watch it with a computer, and you don't need to follow a commentator. So that's a bit of a of a dispute here, but I think it's up to a commentator not to be completely rubbish. I mean, not to say completely stupid things just using an excuse he doesn't use an engine. That would be a poor excuse indeed. But we're trying our best. I'm not a commentator here, I'm just a guest, but I know that Nigel and you, Almira, I think, doing a very good job.
Yes, and I also blunder sometimes to the general, joy of the audience, so that. But I think he went for b5 here, and you were right, Emil. This is a very strong move. So
I don't know if it's strong. We don't have a verification unless you have checked it with the engine. But I mean, b5, d4, knight e4. That's the most logical development here. Actually, for Vasif, there was another question about his interview. He was actually offended by one of the online platforms claiming that his win against Abdusattorov was nearly shocking. Which is, of course, it's appalling thing to say because Vasif is a strong player in his own right, and obviously his win over Abdusattorov is no. It it can't be qualified as some shocking result, even if Abduzattorov had a fantastic match against Giri. So I understand it was safe, but I don't think there was any bad intention or something. It was just maybe poor wording chosen, just to indicate that, okay, yesterday Abduzattorov was a hero beating a top 5 player, and today he goes down in flames again, 26-50. But Vasif, I know him very well. Once upon a time, we worked together, and I was not like his personal coach, but I worked for several years from time to time with the team he was a part of. And I remember when he was below 2,500, and I kept working with this team for like 4 and 5 years, and last time he was already over 2,600, and I actually always relied on him heavily.
And actually, do we have a result? Yes, a draw was agreed, yes, in the game as you predicted. They actually, in this position, they've played a few moves. Let's have a look after King e6 was played. King e6, Rook h7, Rook c3, and the draw was agreed a few moves later by a threefold repetition.
Well, hardly a surprise, as I told you, if Karyakin went to this line without spending any time, so he knows for sure how to reach the draw. Maxim also was pretty careful not to, overextend himself, so it was a draw, but I'd say that's a very close match, probably the one which is the most balanced, because if you're given a choice to prefer MVL or Karyakin, you wouldn't not know who would be a favorite.
Well, actually, I have looked at their games and especially their results in classical encounters. I think Sergei is actually leading, and now they first played the games in the World Championship under 10, so they are coming from the same. They're representing the same generation. But I remember especially one of the last games. During the Sinkefield Cup, where Sergei was wide and he was targeting Maxim's preparation in the Grunfeld. So this might be the case also tomorrow, because he can actually choose the Najdorf or the Grunfeld. So his seconds are probably working on both openings. So what do you expect tomorrow?
Well, we can't
especially
know
with
that.
this format.
We can't know that. I mean, it can be anything. It can be also knight f3 of recent. Karyakin also played knight f3. Obviously, Maxim has had very good preparation, and it served him well in both in Najdorf and Grunfeld. But in Vike and also in candidates, he suffered several painful defeats. So it is not out of let's say imagination that Karyakin would test something very principled to check Maxim's, let's say, memory, but also he could play something more just to get a game. Or in general, Karyakin now is a slight favorite because he has white, and let's say if it would be 1-1, it would be just absolutely equal chances on tiebreak. It's very important for both. For Karyakin, if you remember, in 2016 he played a World Championship match, but since then his results have been less than impressive. And for quite some time he was, I would say, over-enjoyed his status, especially in Russia. He became a real star and a celebrity, but it had a bad impact on his chess. But recently the fame faded away and the rating didn't come back, so he had to really refocus and get back to chess. He had a couple of nice results, and this event is particularly important for him because if he now manages to qualify for the candidates, it's something really to look for.
I think it's also very important to find the motivation and to get back this hunger, to win games, to work on chess once again. So Sergei Karyakin also is one of the winners of the World Cup. He has so many impressive results in his career. So it will be really very interesting to see how this match will continue tomorrow. Emil, this is the position from the game between Vladimir Fedoseev and Velimir Ivich. I think that Vladimir prepared a particular line, so he neutralized Velimir Ivich, and that's the end game we have for the moment. So
I'm not sure what neutralized this.
I think neutralized. He actually think he prepared a special line in order because Velimir likes to attack so much, and so he went for a very concrete line. I think which resulted in this end game, and where Velimir has to show also his end game knowledge in order to make a draw. So this was the position.
Yeah, but it's not too
resulting
difficult.
from
I think Ivic is doing fine. I mean, technically he's pawned down, but there is no doubt that position is very drawish. I mean, I cannot think of any serious chance for white here. Not only I can play c3, liquidating to unpleasant but drawish endgame, but also I can just stand with black and play king f6 with king e5 maybe, or whatever. I don't see any plan for white. So let's say if I play king e3, I also can play rook a3 check and c3 if needed. So king f4 even maybe rook, I mean
c3 immediately, or you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I do not believe that white can really pretend to be better here. I mean,
yeah, because you cannot take the c3 pawn without conceding the a2 pawn, so this should be an easy draw.
Yeah, that should be an easy draw. I just want to point out that Ivic is a surprise player of this tournament. He won 4 matches where in each of them he was an underdog. I can't remember this.
The first match, I think he was because he started from the very beginning.
Yes, but he's 25-18 or something, so his rating is very low, and I think he may have been a slight favorite in the first match. Right?
Yes, in the first match he was a favorite, I think.
Anyways, let's try and get more games because we haven't seen 3 or 4 other games yet.
So Alexander Grishuk versus Young Krzysztof Duda.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And he went for like knight h4. I suggested this move because I was inspired by Velimir's game. Actually, he played against Dmitry Andreikin. Similar structure, but in French, and then a4, a6 was played, so preventing the b5 for the moment. So a6 with the same idea, rook fe1, b5, bishop b2, king g7, and okay, knight h4 here. We wanted actually, we suggested to bring the rook, of course, on the 3rd rank. Alexander starts with knight h4. Emil, this looks dangerous for black.
It looks dangerous, but as a player who managed to deliver quite a number of mates, I know that it's never easy nowadays. So
there are a lot of defensive resources.
Yeah, there's a lot of defensive resources. So I'm not sure. Let's say, let's not forget, black is pawn up, so he can always consider sacrificing a material back to to defend. Let's say, even in this position, I mean, he probably is choosing between f5 and knight g6. But let's say if he goes knight g6, it's not like he's plundering a pawn. He can, let's say, give it back and then probably have. Maybe not necessarily take immediately, maybe queen d6.
Yeah. Queen starting with the queen d6.
Maybe, I don't know, queen d6, maybe d5. Maybe to take on a6 and rook b6. Maybe to take on rook b6, for example.
Yes.
I don't think that black is in trouble. I mean, he definitely needs to play precisely to avoid a direct attack, but otherwise I wouldn't say that black is in any sort of real trouble. Here, okay, rook b6, ab, takes, rook b1, maybe slightly better for white, but nothing.
Young Krzysztof is still considering his options. What is actually, yes, once again, I wanted to have a look on the clock. So Alexander Grishuk is in his own universe. Once again, 22 minutes on his clock left. As we all know, this is not considered to be a time trouble at all.
No, not for Grishuk.
Yes, this, when he's down to 1 or 2 minutes, maybe, yes. But even at this stage of the game, he still has plenty of time. So he played knight h4, waiting for his opponent's response.
What about other games we haven't seen?
Etienne Bacrot against Kasper Pirun. Also a very long theoretical line. We stopped here, so bishop b4 Etienne played. He decided not to take on f3 immediately. So knight c4. Only now he takes on f3 and plays rook e2, so attacking this pawn and eyeing on this pawn. Rook d2. Bishop f2 checks, so king f1, rook d2, knight d2, and bishop a7.
Well, looks fine for black, I think.
I think black has found a very precise move order to neutralize, well, white's, to win back the white's extra pawn and to keep the pieces active. So the knight is coming here, bishop is controlling this diagonal, but on the other hand, they have this very interesting square. Emil, how would we evaluate this position?
I think the trick in this position for black to have both of the light pieces on board. If you trade knights or even bishops, your majority on the queen's flank can actually be unpleasant. Knight c4 gets to a5. Let's say if you trade bishops and so on. But with many pieces on board, you can always use insecure position of white's king. You see, white's king is much worth. So you can play rook d8, you can penetrate with rook or some checks. You can consider something like f6 and g5, kicking away white's bishop, and then it's unclear where it will go. So
should I start with a4 here or not at all?
No, I think you have no time to waste.
No, I have no.
You have to act vigorously, because otherwise I'll play now f6 and g5, and you will start finding yourself in trouble. Actually, if anyone has to play precisely here, it's white.
It's white.
It's not like he's worse. I don't think he's worse. But let's say he is the one to be potentially worse. Because I can easily say how black can get better here. But I cannot think of the way white... Knight c4, knight e4 might be.
Yeah, actually, the two moves I was considering was knight e4 and a4, because somehow I wanted also to fix the queen side, but Etienne played knight e4 right now.
I had some question, who is the highest rated player to have been a member of FIDE's board? Well, the highest member of FIDE board was Magnus Carlsen. It's funny as that. I mean, of course, he never participated proactively in the work of FIDE board. It's just as a world champion, he was a part of it. But technically, from those who proactively work, well, there are several people who crossed 2700 at some point, including Nigel, myself, Victor Brologan. But okay, you have to distinguish. There is a board and there is a management board, which I'm a part of, basically.
So, Emil, I was thinking that knight e4. Why you were suggesting f6, and I was looking at a more natural move, for example, rook d8.
Well, here after knight e4, probably. I was talking about.
No, just but I
king
think
e2.
King e2.
Yes. White would rather need to exchange.
And rook d1.
Right.
Yes. So you want to play. Then maybe still f6, because I want to bring my king. What to do?
Well,
okay,
to make a draw as black, of course, rook d1 takes king f7, king f6. But I'm trying to be more ambitious.
Ambitious. Okay, let's see. But then, what would you consider here after knight e4?
No, f6, h6 maybe with the same ideas. Yes. If rook d1, g5.
Rook d1, g5.
Not necessarily, let's say, getting anything particular, but you have to go to c1 already, because otherwise knight
yes,
e3
knight
check.
e3.
And then I have all these ideas with knight h4, because the pawn becomes vulnerable. Once again, I do not believe that there is anything
white
more
is
than
in trouble,
right,
yes.
but potentially I think it's only black who can better.
Okay, let's move to another game. So Tabatabai Mamin is playing against Haik Martirosyan.
That's an interesting matchup, because probably nobody would bet on these players, on either of them to reach round 5. Both of them had to overcome very formidable opposition to get here. And Martirosyan beat Mamediyarov, and Tabatabai beat a couple 2700 players, and Hare Krishna in last round. Very tense battle. I see that.
I think statistically, both of them, because I've read a very interesting article. Statistically, they had like maybe less than 1%, to get to this stage before this tournament.
Combined. Or each of them?
Maybe each of them a little bit less than 1%. So this is actually, and let's talk about that. The World Cup is also a qualifying event, not only for the FIDE candidates but also for the Grand Prix series. And both of these players, they still have this chance. It's immense.
Let's say Grand Prix top 8 players from this event qualify automatically for Grand Prix.
Yes, so that's what I want.
So the winner of this
match,
the winner of this matchup qualifies automatically. So there is quite a bit on stake for both of players. But once again, when we rely heavily on ratings, we have to not to forget that ratings calculated for most of players up to March 2020 or something like that. Obviously, younger players had a lot of chances to progress. Thanks to the situation, unfortunate situation with COVID, many of them got chance to play online with a very strong opposition. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this chance. So they sort of have a chance to progress rapidly, and the most ambitious of them, the most serious, dedicated of them, they used it. So when we refer to a player of 2610 or I don't know 2570 as just some 2570 playing 2750, it's not exactly correct. I mean, ratings at the very moment, they do not reflect precisely what's going on, especially in the rapid chess. And we saw Martirosyan winning his match rather convincingly in rapid chess against Mamedyarov. So it's not like you could say that it's just a normal surprise. It is a surprise, but it's actually logically derived from the fact that they had a lot of practice during the pandemic.
And they used their time wisely also. Emil, I wanted to get back to this position after rook b3. What struck me is this move, f4. Would you consider it here? Of course, the c4 pawn is hanging, but f4 is weakening white's position, so it's a very responsible move.
Why would he give this pawn on c4?
Well, you have to understand this, f4, and actually black didn't take.
Knight takes c4. I'm trying to come up with an explanation why. Oh, okay, that's a nice tactical line here. So he takes on c4, takes and plays knight e4. Very imaginative.
Protecting the queen with the knight and attacking the bishop at the same time. Do I have queen a4? But then knight c5.
Knight c5. Yes. Wow, that's a very unusual motif actually.
Then
so knight e4. After knight e4 maybe. Yeah, I cannot think of
knight e4. Okay, let's see. Wait a second.
What did Martirosyan play? He didn't take. He
didn't take. Actually, he played a knight c6 in this position after f4.
So he played knight c6 to e5, f4, knight c6 back.
So it's that was the sequence of moves. So knight e5, rook fc1. Probably was there the same motive in the same because he could have taken the pawn here. So let's say if the motive was the same.
Yeah, but it's not the same because now I can take on d2 and my rook doesn't hang on b3.
Yes, the rook on b3, but probably he wanted to. So let's say where the bishop goes e6.
So king f2 or something played by Tabatabe. Is there any game we haven't looked at? I think there was one more game.
Yes, we will get to this game. I think Magnus we have looked at. We will get back definitely to this game, but I think we covered almost every game. There was one game which actually just finished. So
we shall probably get to Magnus and maybe to FIDE, because FIDE against the Rarbili was a nice game. I've been asked about my last tournament. I haven't played a tournament for 2.5 years, the series ones, the classical ones. I played only World Blitz, which was just sort of to touch the woods, and I was really a wood pusher the way I played in the tournament. But it's only a Blitz competition. As for classical chess, the only thing I play is for my team in Israeli national team championship. It's like 10 or 11 games per year, and that's what I can play because my duties in FIDE, they sort of disallow me to play. And basically I could find time to play a tournament or two per year, but I just hate playing poor chess, and I'm incapable of playing to my usual standard.
Before we get to the game played by Magnus, just one small comment on this move, King f2. Somehow I feel that this is a start of a wrong plan, but
king f2. I'm trying to think about the logic because that's unusual move. You do not protect the pawn on e3 unless it's attack. Why did he play so? Let's try and understand his logic. Maybe one idea is that he could be trying to prepare knight e4 to prepare queen swap, and then
to protect the pawn
on e3. Probably that's an explanation.
But if I simply play rook e8,
and then queen d7.
Then queen d7, yes. So then, because before it was not possible, the c3 knight was hanging, but now it's a double attack, so rook e8 is not possible. What to do here? Can I exploit your king on f2? Maybe not for the moment. And yes, before we go in a small break, let's have a look at the game played by the world champion. So is he in trouble? And Emil, you were talking about a lot of recent developments, especially signing sponsorship contracts. What I was thinking myself is that, well, in a different life, I also worked a little bit in an advertisement agency, and I also was trying to drive the parallel with the chess world. So as the scientific world, it's not so easy to market the world of ideas. And chess, belongs. It's part sport, part art, part has scientific approach as well. So I think that FIDE has done a very good job doing this. But how do you present it to the sponsors, especially to convince them?
Well, there are very different types of sponsorship which are being discussed. Let's say some of them have to do specifically with some social projects. Let's say we have just signed a company which is a NASDAQ-listed company which takes care primarily of women empowerment and everything related to women, in the modern world and with a modern meaning of it. We do not announce it yet. It should be a combined announcement. It would come within a few weeks. But once again, it depends on how the company wants to be presented. Some of them are aiming at something to have a promotion on a top level world championship match, to be visible, to be respected as somebody who supports professionalism, perfection, high level, best minds, and so on. Others are more into supporting social projects like competitions for kids or for senior projects and so on. The task is basically to find the right approach to each of them, combining with the way how it would be broadcast, because obviously you mentioned NBC, but we are not only into TV contracts. We have agreed for broadcasting with Twitch, with chess.com, with chess24. So these events are now widely broadcast urbi et orbi. So we are trying to come up with a package that would be tailored to the specific needs for sponsors, whether it is social, whether it is perfection and some elite events. So this is
image-wise.
Yeah, or image-wise. So that's why it would be very offbeat to offer some general advice. And in general advices do not work. It is like more that you have to be flexible and to see a right angle and to tailor it specifically.
But what is interesting to me is that what comes out of it, that society is regarding more and more they're looking at chess players that leads to the role models. They're becoming very popular.
Some of them, yes, especially after the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit, of course, gave enormous push for chess and all chess-related issues, but it's FIDE's task, and also not only FIDE's, but also all other platforms, basically, they capitalize on it, is to take it further on, to be it not only a hype for half a year, but to have a real surge of interest, to see people being engaged, to see kids playing chess, to see parents willing their kids to be part of this world, not necessarily in professional chess world, but more generally. And role models, once again, it's always very bordering, and there is a lot of hypocrisy going on, because from one point of view you want role models, from another point you want to be inclusive, from the third point of view you have to be in an agenda for all the things are happening in the world. You have to work with Western sponsors. You have to work with Russian sponsors, which not necessarily compatible in every event. So it's a tricky thing. But I think the right approach here is to be as dedicated to this work as possible, and to try and understand differences between this and that sponsor, their interests, what FIDE can offer, to distinguish what's the role. Because let's say, oftentimes we are being compared to some online platforms and the way they're doing. But we have not to forget, FIDE is not, let's say, for-profit organization. Our interest cannot be in increasing earnings, because even all earnings we have income, we reinvest them to have popularization in chess in every country. With education, we have last year alone allocated over €1 million just to social projects in various countries. So that's all important things we have to invest and reinvest into what we're earning. But in order to have a possibility to reinvest, you have to earn as well.
Of course. Thank you, Emil, for this.
So last glance for
important, yes,
for
explanation. Yes, so he went for e takes d5, e3, rook fd8, rook e1, a5. It's a very interesting inclusion. So bishop f6, Magnus gave up his bishop and played rook c1. So,
well, one thing I can tell about this position,
yes.
It feels like Black is playing as he was White. Look at the formation of White. It's pretty defensible. It's the way how usually you would treat the position if you were Black. If you were, let's say, under some pressure. Defensive, pawn to e3, rook to c1 to try to, so Black is very comfortable. I mean, I would...
Would you take this pawn, actually? Okay, that's the most natural continuation. What is White's idea? To play rook c5 and then at some point knight b3, knight d4 to stabilize the knight on d4? Or
yeah,
not? Let's say
I would
c5.
take. I would never take.
You would never take?
No.
Okay, but then how to continue here after rook c1?
Well, I don't know if c4 works. That's something that could be a move in this position.
c4.
It's a very responsible decision, but maybe it could be moved, because taking on c4 doesn't work, and I threaten to take on b2, and if you play b3, I can play c3.
No, b3, yes, I wouldn't dare, but then...
if you don't dare, then I don't see how you play, because...
So the b2 pawn is still hanging, yes. How would you continue then? If I, for example, if I would protect the pawn, do I have many options? Queen c2, rook c2.
Yeah, but then
okay,
I play
let's queen c2.
Then I play rook c8, and I cannot see you
rook
unpinning.
c8. Okay.
You cannot play, well, e4 maybe at some moment, but then d4 and then d3.
But unpinning in which sense? Can I play knight f3, or this is too dangerous?
No, it's not.
And bring my rook to d1 now.
No, it's possible. Yeah, it's one of the moves I would consider, but not sure. How can I? Maybe I play queen b5, knight d4, taking on d4. No, not really. Maybe c4 is too concrete. Is too obliging.
But then after rook
I can
c1?
play rook c8 simply.
Rook c8. Just to maintain the pressure and...
then knight b3.
Yes, look at these bishops, yes.
Probably knight b3.
Yes. Knight b3 immediately.
Yeah. Well, I think Magnus has all the reasons to be unhappy about his positions, but once again, there is nothing, let's say, horribly wrong yet. As for Skripchenko, yeah, I mean, he's been a bit, let's say, unlucky to be. He has a very strong opposition. He managed to beat Dubov in the previous round, and that's pretty difficult opponent for round 4, I would say. And now immediately getting to play with Magnus, of course, it's difficult. Actually, many people ask question why Magnus is allowed to play in this event. Because it's also a qualifier event. But my take on that is simple. World Cup is a World Cup. The fact that the spots for the candidate tournaments are determined in this event does not take away the importance from the very competition itself. I mean, you have a competition with nearly 2 million prize fund. You have a competition which is tough with a lot of best players. You have somehow to respect A, the world champions wish to play in tournament, B, the wish of organizers, sponsors, and so on to have the strongest possible lineup. And the fact that somebody can, let's say, suffer from meeting world champion at the early stage, it does feel unfair. But I think the cons are more important here. I think it's a World Cup is a World Cup. And it's not the only way to determine a qualifier for a candidates tournament. If it was the only one, then I would rather agree that it should not be this way. But players have Grand Swiss, players have a Grand Prix, so I think that's pretty much okay to have a world champion, and I think it just adds a lot of interest for the event.
Emil, you have better vision.
Queen
than
b5.
Me.
He played Queen b5.
Queen b5. He played because yes, the move just appeared on the board, so. He defended the c5 pawn, attacked, well, once again the b2 pawn. So how would we? Black is better, yes?
Black is surely better, and
I mean,
he always been from let's say move 12 or so when we saw it first time.
Yes, I wanted to say how much better than. Is it like a slight edge due to the pair bishops, a very important center, or?
I mean, I don't look into engine here, and I haven't seen it. If you want machine evaluation, let's say
from the human point of view.
0 is 37 for black. Let's see. Let's ask the chat how far
yes,
it was.
let's ask the chat. Yes.
So I said minus 0 is 37.
But actually, like from the human perspective, I would really be worried with white. That's why. So I would be really curious to know. And Emil, yes, let's get back. To FIDE's game, so that would be our last position. Before you go, you have a very important meeting. So how did it go? B4, B5, D4, 94. We tried to analyze this. So C takes B5. Actually, he went for the immediate Queen G5.
Well, that's interesting. So he neglects his own development with G3, which I proposed. And he just snatched this pawn, but not only gets the pawn, but he also limits the black's bishop on C8.
So H6. That's what a move. Okay, H6, Queen F4, and Bishop B6. That's the position right now on the board.
I'm not sure. I mean, if I were white, I would consider very strongly not to take this pawn on G5,
on G5
not to waste time.
And then how to continue energetically here?
No way to energetically continue, but I thought just G3, Bishop G2.
You mean the same line that we've suggested,
yeah.
yes. So here G3, just to finish the development.
Because then Bishop G4, now I could take Queen G5 with tempo.
And if Bishop B6, then maybe Knight G4, or Bishop G2.
Bishop G2, just to complete the development. Then I can play maybe Knight G5 on a later stage.
Okay, so do we have the answer?
Minus 0.19. Somebody says 0.37 on further taps. Somebody says CC suggests 0.3.
Okay,
but CC is of course, is a supercomputer. I was referring to the Stockfish, the standard Stockfish everybody uses.
Okay.
Almost everybody uses. Sorry. So, anyways. Of course, depth are different. So somebody sold it on depth 27 and somebody on 42. Anyways, this position, Bishop E6, a very strong bishop pair for black, but everything could be decided within.
This passer, yes.
Yeah,
could decide the game if white is not mating.
Yeah, but white wants to play knight e6 check also.
Yes.
I think everything in this game would be determined in the course of next 5 moves. It will be either white will be winning or black would be absolutely doing great. I cannot. I mean, this sort of tension which has been built up to this moment might find the resolution. Must find a resolution very soon, because it's not a position which could go either way for too long. It just either it works very well for white, who would be in time to develop this G3, Bishop G2, Knight E6. And then he will be winning, or black would have just a superb play with 2 bishops and attack on a king and b4 and so on. I cannot evaluate it. I just would know that it's a matter of very few moves.
So 3 results are actually possible in this game.
I would say
Thank
so.
you so much, Emil. Thank you for all your explanations and the analysis. We will take a very short break, and hopefully Nigel is alive. I don't know anything about his whereabouts, so please stay tuned, and we will be back.
Thank you for following.
Евгения, мы очень рады видеть вас здесь у нас на соревновании. Какие впечатления от вашего приезда у вас?
Спасибо большое. Честно говоря, очень интересный опыт. Первый раз вообще присутствую на таком роде мероприятия, и сразу же такое крупное соревнование. Это большая честь, что мне выпала возможность сделать первый ход. Честно говоря, немножечко нервничала. Не буду скрывать, что я абсолютно не профессионал в шахматах, но думаю, что все прошло довольно гладко. Было очень интересно, и действительно чувствуется большой престиж мероприятия, и очень нравится атмосфера, которая здесь, потому что наконец-таки пообщалась на английском языке с интернациональным обществом, что, собственно, мне не удавалось, наверное, на протяжении 2 лет, как вот началась пандемия. И очень рада, что международные соревнования и мероприятия начинают набирать свои обороты, потому что, действительно, было, наверное, сложно все это начинать организовывать. Так что рада находиться здесь сегодня.
Да, мы тоже очень рады. Вот в игровом зале какие-то особые эмоции чувствовались, особенно вот у первого стола, где вы делали ход за Магнуса, за чемпиона мира.
Чувствовалось напряжение, чувствовался такой очень тихий адреналин. Чувствовалась концентрация и очень необычная для меня обстановка перед турниром, перед соревнованием, потому что у нас, у фигуристов, работа больше физическая, поэтому мы всегда находимся в движении, мы все время разминаемся, где-то слушаем музыку, возможно, даже там общаемся, чтобы немножечко разгрузить нервную систему и этим самым расслабить зажим в мышцах. А в зале перед началом соревнований царила полная абсолютная тишина. То есть для меня, как для спортсмена, который работает физически мышцами и телом, это немножечко необычно, но зато теперь я знаю, что и такие виды спорта тоже существуют.
Да, Евгения, спасибо. Будем рады видеть у нас еще.
Спасибо большое.
take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome back to the official broadcast of the FIDE World Cup, and here's the divine appearance. Grandmaster Nigel Short. Actually, did you realize what you had? Because you have to lose it, so did you miss me?
I always miss you.
So what did you do? Did you analyze the games?
I was watching you, Almira.
Oh, God.
I was just taking a little break, but watching.
I was watching you.
It's such a pleasure to hear your mellifluous voice. And
I was watching you. Looks like a quote from Orwell's, novel.
No. Anyway, I had to give the trolls a break. I mean, they've had nothing to do for the last half hour, so that was nice for me to be away.
So you enjoyed it?
Of course, yes.
Let's get back to our games. A wild position in the game between Vidit and Dorabeli. Nigel, maybe you can help me. Did you analyze this game a little bit? Did he miss a chance?
Well, I haven't been paying too much attention, but I did wonder
who missed a chance, actually?
Well, a few moves back after H6.
Yeah. Actually, I was puzzled by this move. I was not sure that Black could afford such a move in this position.
Yeah.
So where was this here?
H6, yeah. And I think knight d6 check is a strong move at that moment, and I'm not quite sure.
Knight d6. Yeah,
because you've still got a pin there, and if bishop takes,
bishop takes, and then what happens?
We have queen takes.
Queen takes g7.
Yeah.
Okay. We missed this opportunity.
Yeah,
it's a very interesting opportunity.
That looks quite promising.
And then what? Rook f8. Do you have rook h6 even here, or do you?
Yeah,
sorry, not rook
h5.
Just a second. Rook h6.
Rook h6 looks very dangerous. D3 is possible. Then e3.
D3.
Or
Yes,
maybe even f3. I don't know, but.
So I just wanted to show rook d6. There is queen f2, and
which is not
the end of the line, of course, but still unnecessary. So after d3, maybe e3 or even f3. So.
But
this looks like a very. But then if queen d6,
queen d6, we just take the queen.
We simply take and we take on h8,
and we take on h8. And well, look, I mean, I don't know whether it's winning exactly, but obviously white is on top here. I've got more rooks, and I still have a d pawn. So
was this how do you call, like in football, the goal moment? Yes. So was this the goal moment or not?
Maybe. Yeah, he's just put it over the crossbar. Who knows?
Okay, and what was h6, queen f4, bishop b6. He used this moment to develop the bishop, and I was actually worried about this passer, and that's what happened actually.
It's
let's see. I mean, it's
what
still
do they
not
say
there.
about passed pawns, Almira? What do they say?
Tell me.
They must be pushed. So you're absolutely right. This one is shoving its way up the board.
But still a very complex position on the. But I'm afraid to give an evaluation of this one. Okay, so
that's should we go for unclear?
You mean
that's they've got that special symbol for it, unclear, very exciting.
We have no clue. Yes,
that means we've got no clue. That was the in the old days when you used to annotate games for the Bible of chess. The
informant. Yes.
Yeah, chess informant. Yeah, it was always very useful to put that little 8 on its side. Unclear. That basically meant I have no idea what's happening here. So,
the universe is offering you a lot of possibilities, like in quantum physics. So let's get back to this game. Magnus Carlsen was, we were actually worried about his position. He was worse, but then the computers evaluated this like just a tad worse. So here, what happened is was queen b5 played by black, Queen b3.
But not very impressive chess, actually, by Magnus here. Not that impressive. So,
And
I
Queen
think-
b4 was played.
yeah,
Look at this,
I
Nigel.
think this is like one of the things that it's very often it's a new generation that defeats the old champion. Of course, Magnus Carlsen is not old by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean he has way more experience than Andrei Yesipenko. But Magnus has already suffered a defeat against him, and little things start to play in the mind. And here, a very unimpressive position, very unimpressive play. I'm not saying he's going to lose. I don't think he will lose. But an easy game for Black, which doesn't bode well for the match. He will then. Let's say this game goes to a draw, then the next game he will have the black pieces, and I'm not necessarily. Although Magnus is tremendously strong at rapid chess, I don't think he would really relish this opportunity against a young player to be playing a rapid tiebreak.
But on the other hand, Andrei Yesipenko won, well, as we have seen yesterday, against Daniel Dubov, who's
Yes.
such a tough opponent.
very-
He's done so
Yes.
during the second sequence of the tiebreak. So let's see what happened. Queen b4, 8 takes b4, rook c5, bishop b2. You have the c3, bishop c3 at some point. So you cannot take on b4 actually. So let's see.
Is
Andrei
it a
played
draw? Is it a draw already?
bishop c6,
Rook c5, bishop
and-
v7.
Oh no, and Magnus is thinking here. Was this a
It's-
silent draw for? But
I
Magnus
think
is
so.
very low in time.
I think it's a tacit draw off. I don't think Magnus is better at all here. So I don't. Somebody's asking. Oh, it's Kevin Winter. Nigel, why has Magnus played so cautiously? I don't know. Excuse me. That's not COVID, I hope.
Police?
Yes.
Where Nigel, nowadays, you would have to explain your cough,
Yes, I know. It's terrible, isn't it?
Like one of my...
I used to cough once, in the old days, and then nobody would think anything of it. It's just like, nowadays, when you cough, it's like you've got leprosy or something.
No, there's like one of my favorite series is the Big Bang Theory, and they were like, Sheldon is such a lovely character. So at some point, like years before the pandemics, somebody coughed and he said like, well, please give a reason. Please explain your behavior.
Yeah.
So bishop b7 was played and okay, Magnus is still
Yeah,
thinking.
it's thinking.
Okay, where do we go to? Peter Swidler against Sam Shankland. Actually,
Almira, how
yes.
long have we known each other, by the way? Do you know? Can you put...
And-
Go on. Tell them. How long have we known each other?
You said that it was not. I shouldn't. In our previous then.
Go on. How long?
Around about 30 years.
Is it that long? Yeah.
Or a little bit less than 30 years.
Yeah. I think. I certainly remember you at the Moscow
Yes,
Olympiad.
94, yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
94. So 27. We've been good friends for a long time, and it's one of those things. Are you concerned? Sometimes I get a little bit exuberant in our commentary, and I jump in with some remarks. Does it bother you at all?
Well, I'm definitely not a person who would write a manifesto, and I think, I judge a person by his acts, but definitely do not feel objectified, laughed at, and I have my own critical thinking.
Certainly do.
I love to have a good laugh, so I love British humor. I understand that some of the jokes might, well, given the context, might not be very delicate or appropriate, but I would never condemn a person for this one, and so I think you're keeping me a very good company.
Thank you, Almira. That's very sweet of you.
So
I'm thoroughly enjoying commentating with you. I also enjoyed commentating with Miro, it should be said.
Of course, but Miro is a brilliant commentator. We developed the St. Louis channel in Russian together. So I was like often listening to his comments. Well, I don't know why I'm even here, because he has an immense chess erudition, and I really enjoyed this. But coming back to this game, they kept the rooks on the board.
And it looks...
So that's what happened, not rook c8, but...
Looks better for white, this position.
Let's see, rook c8, king f1, g7.
The king is coming forward.
I was actually thinking that in this position that if white should keep a rook, because very often in my games I have this tendency, I analyze this, I have a tendency to keep the rook. So I would have played actually rook e1 because I thought that maybe exchanging the rooks would increase black's chances.
Okay.
So I often ask myself these questions, 2 rooks, 1 rook, so, but black didn't go for this, bishop a6, queen a6, a6. And let's have a look at the end game, which is currently on the board. King e8, so he will bring his king to d7, and will he play knight c6 then, or not?
Well, I guess he will. But I think white at some point has to put the knight on c4. Well, that is a good advance.
Actually, what I wanted to play is h4,
or maybe g4 first.
Yes, but exactly. While I was trying to understand which pawn to push first, I was thinking that this is a very good plan to push h4, g4, and then g5. Yes, g5.
Sometimes
and,
h5 first.
Yes, to fix the h7 pawn. And I thought, would this plan provide white some hope for winning this game?
I think white is a very attractive position. He's very far from winning, but this is uncomfortable to play for black. There's no question about this, that this is a position for pressing. He's got slightly more space, can go forward, and very often even
he went for g4, actually, I think, because the move appeared on my board. Yes, g4,
yeah,
so we were right.
Well, of course we were right. When are we ever wrong?
No, but actually, question of confidence, I always doubt myself. So, even like I feel like I won a lottery when I guess a move, by these such strong players.
h4, h5. So it's... You get there by a process of elimination. You get the right idea. You want to play h4, maybe h5 just to see some space, or maybe g4 and g5. But the problem is, if you go h4 first, black plays h5. So therefore,
g4.
That's how good planning comes about. I mean, it's very often we don't get exactly the right idea the first time. We have something and we think, aha, hang on, I have to refine that. So that is the process.
So he's going for it, and Sam Shankland looks worried. Look at his pose.
Can I also mention, because I have a lot of experience in French defense type positions. So if I just may make a couple of moves. These are not.
Let's say
This is not analysis. I just want to give. I want to talk about structure here rather than precise moves. That this type of position,
H4,
and even with the exchange of rooks, it doesn't matter. This type of position can be very, very unpleasant for black simply because of this space advantage. White will play. Yeah, so Magnus has agreed to draw.
Magnus has agreed to draw, so yes,
Yeah.
we have a result. So they did repeat the move. It's always nice to see players analyze the game afterwards. So this sort of post-mortem. Well, it's maybe not usual for the type, like for the World Cup formats, because you do not reveal to your opponent, parts of your preparation.
It's beautifully old-fashioned,
Yes.
because the old days you would invariably, you would have some post-mortem, and I think that art has been lost over time. That nowadays, very very often people just
They rush to their computers.
Yeah, they
Yes.
just think, why bother? Why bother talking like a human being? And I'll go and check it on my engine. So it's nice that they exchanged a few words, even in a match. And I would. In a tournament, I would have a different way of thinking about that. In a match, I'd be a little more cautious.
Exactly,
About,
that's what I had in mind. And,
about saying something.
and I still remember this scene from Biel tournament. I think that when Petra Korchnoi was waiting for Victor, and during the game and quite a lot after the game, because Victor Lvovich wanted to analyze, and she was like, because they're playing on the scene, so she was going for his trousers, thinking, we have to go. And he was, no, I want to know. That was such a beautiful scene. And meanwhile, yes, Nigel, please finish the explanation.
Yeah, well, the general point is that I've forgotten whose move it is here. And
Well,
it doesn't.
You
H5.
played H5.
Yeah,
Yes.
but basically, White wants to advance F4 and F5, and the moment you get in, and sometimes G5, by the way, the moment you get in
And
F4,
F6 also at the breakthrough.
and F5 or F4 and even G5, the position for black is becoming incredibly precarious. So you say equal material, queens are off, rooks are off, all heavy pieces are off. It must be a draw. No. I've long experienced, and I even may refer to, if I'm allowed to refer to one of my own games, I won the final of the BBC Master Game more than 40 years ago, beating Tony Miles in some sort of structure like that. So I have a lot of experience, and of course I play the French myself, so I get it from the other side of the board. So I'm used to these positions.
Meanwhile, King D7 was played. I think he wants to trade rooks Rook C7 is black's idea. So, Nigel, for the moment, this is a quiet game. Let's get back to
let's go.
Just one quick look at this one, and maybe we'll get back to Vidit's game because it's so tactical and sharp. Just what do you think about? Well, he won a pawn somehow. Yes. So what happened? Rook D8. He played after King F2, and he simply
just took it.
Took the pawn.
But on the other hand, White has got his knight in on a useful square. So
are they repeating?
Yeah,
yes.
looks
So
like
we are going for the repetition.
Going for a draw.
Okay.
Possibly, probably.
So, this is the position on the board right now.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot.
Just No, give us another Berlin endgame, please. You know, why should we be looking at interesting positions like this?
So he went for knight d6 here.
Okay.
He developed his bishop on g2 and then went for knight d6
All right.
here. So he provoked bishop d6 and then b2. Rook b1. Oh my god, this is so complicated.
King, what did he do?
But what happens like after
I think, but queen e5 check.
queen e5 check and then...
Almira.
And this is not over.
Yeah, what do you want? Bishop d5 check.
Yes, you will have bishop d5 and then exchange. Yes, okay. But now, like here.
Here, queen f5 check.
Queen f5. Yes, you have to keep your queen on the fifth rank. Okay, so he couldn't go for the immediate bishop a2, rook b1, queen c5, covering the e5 square, and castle. White finally castled. And what do we have here? Rook f8. This is such an unusual position, Nigel. You know, black's king is still in the center of the board. You're committed.
Yes.
But let's see what happens. He wants to castle artificially. Yes, king f7 and king g8. Okay.
Well, that pawn on b2 is a bit of a monster, isn't it?
Can you say it's a bit of a pickle?
He's in a bit of a pickle. You can say that.
Yeah, if he manages to...
We love your idiomatic English, Almira. It's very good. Excellent. Very...
Well, it's far from the Victorian era, you know,
No,
Pride
of
and
course.
Prejudice. It's still one of my favorite books. But king f7. What do we want here? Simply rook d8 or bishop a2 here already? What do you think?
I don't know what I'm thinking here. It's
And your d6 pawn is hanging as well.
yes.
So this,
yeah.
for the moment, you have to worry about this one.
Well-
Maybe bishop a2 is still a threat.
Yes, it's hard to
We
say.
have a closer look at the board and, well, less than 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. Playing for a win.
So
a pawn down.
It's another game, yes.
Yes. Sorry, another.
Yes, Martirosyan, and he actually declined the threefold repetition, yes.
Okay.
With white.
Very, very bold.
And here, queen d6, I think, is also a threat. Queen a3 could be played. Nigel, there are
Yeah.
a lot of
I
possible
think
moves.
some people were asking why king f7, why not queen takes d6. I think the issue was rook fd1 is a problem. It is a concern.
It's because you no longer have this, because you unpin and you keep this threat of bishop a2.
Yes.
And rook fd1 might be...
It's sharp.
Yes.
King f7 has to be played anyway. I
Might
think.
win a pawn. Simply, I don't see... What do you do? You cannot protect it. You will lose the b2 pawn.
We have to... No, we have to...
to go for king f7,
king
yes?
f7. Yeah, so I think queen d6 is not necessary immediately. Why commit yourself? Because king f7, you get this bishop a2, it's in the air. I mean, it doesn't win the game, bishop a2, but it's winning some material.
Nigel, rook d1 runs it into bishop a2 or not at all? Because, well, we want to take on d4 if we can, but
yes.
Is there a tactical refutation, the immediate one?
No.
Queen e7, king g8.
It's difficult.
This one is difficult as well. So
Maybe queen... Can we do queen c7? No, probably not.
Here, after king g8, queen
probably
c7.
not. Rook f to c8, something like this. And black is doing well. That b pawn is really, really nasty.
Okay, so rook fd1 is probably losing. what are not our options, but what should we consider for white here? 15
some
minutes
sort of
left,
some sort of threats.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering whether we can we go all in? Can we play G5?
G5.
Sorry, you're going to laugh at that, I know. You're giggling. You're giggling at my moves, Almira.
Well, I will have to understand the idea behind it. Of course, I understand that you want to open my king's, well, black's king shelter.
So if you take if you take with the pawn, well, if you take with the queen, I'll play queen takes d4. That's the
yes,
first point.
of course,
First point. So, which is not the end of the story, but okay. Let's assume it is.
G6 is also probably a threat, yes?
Yeah, and G takes H6.
H6.
Just I want to rip away your defenses.
G5. White.
And
okay,
now,
let's say I will.
Take it, Almira. Take it. F4.
Actually, I wanted to go for this one, or at least to take on D6. Maybe it was more prudent. G5. Can I take on D6 simply? What do you do here? You take on Queen H7.
Yeah, that's the idea.
That was the idea. Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean the most natural move is to take it. That's the most critical move.
Okay, let's see.
And now F4.
E3.
And then I'll play
Yes.
E3.
Okay,
So
so
my
this doesn't
idea
work.
is I just want to. Well, maybe it does work. I mean, it's a very, very complicated position.
Nigel, aren't we blundering now that
Of course
I
we
look,
are. Of course we are blundering.
Let me have
I'd
this
be
look.
astonished if we're not blundering.
G5. I wanted to see if bishop F5 could work here.
Queen E7 check.
Queen E7 and G takes H6.
And that's it. I'm going to annoy you with that move.
Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful line.
Still, you could take back.
No,
but then,
do I have this
well, you've got
first and maybe you have
Queen
Queen
G5
G5 and I can
pin
yes,
you.
so you
I
pin
pin.
me. Yes, okay. But this is a very unusual line.
These are the sort of moves. I'm not suggesting this is good, but it's the sort of thing when you're playing a practical game and you're starting to feel that the momentum is swinging in your direction. Now I've got this B pawn. Now I'm going to go bishop a2. I'm getting it under control. And white just goes g5, and it's like a rubbish sacrifice, but you open up some lines. And suddenly you have to start thinking in defensive terms, or maybe you don't, or maybe you ignore it. And it just to use my favorite word, to discombobulate the opponent. That's what you do. You throw them off balance with some ideas like that. So
It definitely
I mention it.
changes
I mention
the
it.
course of the
Yes,
game. Yes.
yes.
Okay. So King F7 and Nigel, look, was there a move? Because I still didn't. He thought for such a long time and played Rook BD1. This is one move we haven't considered yet. So
I didn't.
yes, exactly like Rook. So
Yeah,
Bishop
so
E2 is no longer a threat. So
he's
he attacks,
saying
yes.
that I have enough pieces there covering B1, and therefore I'm going to go on the attack. It's a good move.
Yes,
It feels like a good
move. You want to
move.
take with the rook on d4. It's a very nice try. So if I take on d6, then you take with rook d4. Yes, probably.
Yes.
We're not losing anything immediately, or that's just
maybe. And incidentally, now.
Is there's.
Well,
but I can simply take and you
queen.
take on d4.
Yeah,
yes,
we've got enough
yes,
queens.
It doesn't matter. Yes, just to show this oration, and we take on d4, and we lost
Yeah,
a very
but-
important passed pawn. So this is not possible. Rook b
rook-
d1.
Yeah, but then
But
rook,
then-
rook takes queen was a better move. After b1 equals queen, I take your queen.
Immediately on d6.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Here, so I was trying to illustrate the point, but let's
Yeah.
have a look. So b1 is not possible, and
Yeah, this is very
Rook
good
d4.
because queen takes a3 now. Let's have a look. Let's try some ideas. Now I start to think about, we've got a tempo still. Queen h7. We'll try and cut you off. And now we're looking at rook f4 check as an idea. And you're still not threatening to queen. And furthermore, I have freed up my bishop
and your rook. You
and
activated
my
your
rook.
rook, of
And
course.
I want bishop e4, want a rook f4, and you know, bishop e4 is a dual purpose move because it's a defensive move in that it's covering b1 if you can draw those beautiful arrows. It covers this entire diagonal.
But then maybe not queen a3. Then maybe we have also to play cautiously. Let's.
Yeah. So
After queen d4, what can we do here?
Oh, yeah, apparently rook b d1 is Stockfish's first choice. Well, yeah, it kind of felt like
Okay.
I didn't think of it at all when I was looking, and when I saw it, you know,
yes.
I felt that's a good move. You know, it's
Sort of epiphany.
yeah,
yes.
just it feels right.
But then what to do here? Maybe not.
Now, I don't think you should take you're in
No,
too
but
much of a hurry to take that pawn. That d pawn is not going anywhere for the time being.
But like, you mean the d6? So I shouldn't take on after rook b d1. I shouldn't take on d6. But then I cannot protect here anyway. So
Well, maybe rook f d8. I don't know. Is that possible?
rook f d8, rook d4. You want to take with the rook?
Yes,
Okay.
because if queen f4 check, I just put the
King
king,
e7.
on e7. Okay, I don't know. I think that's enough excitement for us. Can we move on to the next one? You know.
Okay, we haven't looked at this one
Oh,
for
right.
a while.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we stopped here. Etienne played 94. Emil said that black could get better with some precise play or not. Let's see.
All right, the
They
kings
exchanged.
are coming. Pawns are about to advance sooner or later. Oh, king coming up.
So maybe it's still equal.
Yeah, don't think.
But you can-
I actually prefer white.
Now you prefer white.
Yes.
Okay, what to do with this one? Can I take first on f6?
Bishop
Yes.
takes f6.
Bishop takes f6, and what do we have here? Maybe knight c6 simply,
because
yes?
don't see
Threatening this.
any other moves here.
So this was the move 40 already. Yes, so they've reached the time control. So yes, king f5 was the last move, and Etienne is still thinking. Yes, 32 minutes. So yes, bishop f6 runs into knight c6, but maybe we can do some. No, it's like a knight. If our knight moves, let's say bishop c3, king f4.
But
Could be very dangerous.
b5 was
Yes.
interesting as well. B5. No, I mean the move before.
I mean the move before. Okay, here.
It was also yeah.
b5 and c5, or for example.
No, I
with
wanted bishop takes f6, but I don't. Knight c6. Could I play b5 then? That was the question.
At this variation. Okay, here, b5. Okay, If I take...
I'll take with the C pawn.
Yes.
I'm just
Okay, let's see. Check.
King c4, but
King
yeah, but
c4.
black is doing well.
Yes, this bishop
so,
is for the moment controlling the pawn, so
Yeah.
I can
give
simply
up.
go knight c2 here, no?
All right.
And both of your pieces are actually hanging for the moment. So you would have to go knight this, and then I will go knight b4.
Or you can check on e1. You have at least check on and maybe something else. But yes, I mean clearly, black is doing
Actually,
black is doing fine.
Yes. Okay. For the moment, Etienne, yes, is still thinking.
So maybe c6 is a good move. Or is he coming round from the other side?
Knight g3, king e6. Yes.
Yes.
Ah, no, that was the 40th move. Yes, actually, knight g3 he played and king e6. So he wanted to reach the time control and
black has to be a little bit careful that sometimes you can have these moves. Is that promising? I'm doing helpmates.
Nigel, well, the players have reached the time control, but I will ask you a question. Who do you think didn't? In which game?
Didn't make the time control?
Yes, for the moment. Who is in the huge time trouble? Like in the middle of the game already?
I mean, I don't know. Duda? Did he make the time control?
No, Alexander Grishuk.
Yes. Okay, so yeah.
Only 26 moves were played, and look at this position. He sacrificed a rook. Okay, let's have a quick look. So queen d6 was played, rook d3. I took rook g3, queen e2. Let's follow the game. Queen h5.
Stopping the rook from moving.
Queen a4, and look, rook e6.
Oh, great!
Such a beautiful move. So, but then okay, it's important that white has this h3 luft provided knight g6 and queen.
What is this? A draw?
But why was not rook g6 possible?
I think
well, then
check and check.
And
something.
check. Sorry. Just so it's simply a perpetual. Yes, queen c1, e2, and queen f4. Okay. So
yes.
Queen g6, and is this a draw? Like you will have like this or something? You have to protect from the mate. Yes.
Yeah.
You mean
looks
this?
like
Yes?
looks like this is what's happening.
But then this was just a forced draw after rook e6. Didn't have anything
No,
more?
maybe he didn't have anything better. Sometimes he looks bored. This is heading for a draw. Well, it was just a brief flurry of excitement before it subsided into a repetition.
Okay. So we will have another results. For the moment, we have 2 draws. Maxim Vasiliograf drew Sergei Karyakin, Magnus Carlsen drew Andrei Yesipenko, and Alexander Grishuk draws his game as well against young Krzysztof Duda. Well, a good operation, yes, for young Krzysztof. He is going to be white tomorrow.
Yes.
And he's a tough cookie.
He's very tough.
So let's see how
I've got a question for you, Almira. What do you think? I mean, we've had Emil Satovsky here. in charge of so many things in FIDE. And what do you think if FIDE introduced a tax on people playing the Berlin? Would that be a good idea? My idea is that if a person plays the Berlin, first of all, they have to pay their opponent for the privilege of playing a boring opening. And then FIDE could perhaps take 20% out of that payment. Do you think that's a good idea? Please let us know in the chat whether you think that's a sound policy.
Well, we were discussing briefly, that it's not so easy, first of all, to market chess and also to make it fit into a consumerist model,
Yes.
This was so. I'm not sure, Nigel, that this proposal would find an echo, from the grandmasters. But let's see. Rook C1. He declined.
That's very optimistic, I think,
petition,
to play.
but then
why should white be better here? I don't really see it.
And he's low on time as well. Mamin Tabatabai has only 6 minutes left versus 12 minutes. So he thinks that he might be better. Do I have these crazy ideas? G4.
Yeah,
5?
you've got a nice position, but one feels that it can't objectively be that much.
Okay. So what happened in this game? We haven't looked at it for a while. That was
Oh, very interesting.
quite a simple
Or maybe not.
rook end game at the first glance. And then how did they go? Okay, they went for this variation where black gave up the c pawn and took on the a2. He still tried to squeeze something out
Yes.
of this position, e6 and
King
king
f6. And that's probably it. That's probably the end of the excitement because, we can just drop back. However,
Is it that simple?
well, hang on. F8 equals queen
Let's
takes,
see.
takes. Then, well, that may be dangerous, isn't it? Or not? Not F5?
Yes, you want to... But still... First we need to calculate... No, but you cannot take otherwise, so...
Yeah. So...
Because rook h5 is simply losing. So
that just loses
loses on
instantly.
the spot. So actually white played king g2 first, but we were trying to understand this.
Yes, that is a subtlety because the rook now.
Yes, because you need to keep an eye on this
you do.
square.
You have to go
king
this
g2,
way.
That's the idea.
So that is an important finesse. So now if rook e1, we can take this pawn.
On f7, yes?
And we can get...
But we are saying that after rook h5, white simply wins by e7.
On the spot.
There is no rook e5. That's why you have to keep this possibility in the position. So king g2, it's a very tricky move. So let's say rook e1 or anything on... You want to start with rook e1. Yes, here.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, just in case that you will play e takes f7, maybe not rook e1 or something else, so you can bring your rook on the h file.
Possibly, yes.
I don't know.
Let's have a... Yeah, okay, so try rook a1 instead. Let's say you go rook
a1, and then maybe I have...
to take king g...
No, do I have this?
I've got this move.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So how... Well, I still have this and rook h7, but then it's an easy draw.
Okay, so let me do something else instead. So let me play rook takes f7.
So
And
king
now
d6.
this is my basic endgames. Rook takes h7. And now it's a basic endgame, which I don't know. Isn't that a draw? King f6 or something.
Course. Well, but how do you defend it because I don't have the...
Yeah, the point is I can't get the kings, the king up. That's the problem.
I will start checking you immediately.
Yeah, that's
course,
the problem.
That's,
If white could get the king up, is that right? This is a basic endgame. It's got to be in those 100 endgames you must know, which I never know.
By Averbach, yes.
No, it's by de la Villa, isn't it? Yeah.
But I think, well, he's still thinking. So for the moment, Willimir is trying to understand what move to make in this position. So let's get back to Vidit. Huge time trouble.
Yes.
Still 7 moves have to be made, I think.
Oh,
so
wow.
what happened? I actually went for bishop a2.
Well, yes. Okay.
d7.
Yes. Okay. And that was the
King
pawn you were so desperate to take in all variations, and it's running.
Yes, now it's running. So queen g6. What happens here? For the moment, we are controlling everything, and we actually could get some edge here. But rook b6, queen e8.
Oh,
rook e6.
wow. Cunning.
Okay.
Cunning.
No, I was just thinking
You're
about
counting-
queen f8.
you're
Queen f8, but queen f8.
Yes, yeah, that's right. You're counting
That's
the
not
queens
possible.
here.
Yes, I'm counting the queens, but what happens? Queen h5. And rook d8 simply. Okay, and the bishop is ready to support the promotion. And that's the position on the board right now. But on the other hand, I still have bishop d5. You know, if you would have played b1, then I would take and play bishop.
Yeah, all right.
First
All right.
take, and then I still have bishop d1.
So, okay,
Bishop
so rook
d5.
takes d4 is okay.
I think it was played.
Yeah, it was played. And now what? King f8 or something? King f8, is that the bishop?
Yes,
D,
because you
yeah,
still
because
have-
bishop d5 is possible anyway.
So let's say, but then you have bishop f5, and what do I do here? Say bishop g5.
Oh, no, but king f7, Almira.
It's better, like king
Yeah,
f7.
just move your king.
Okay, but then like bishop b6, king e6. There is no way for me to.
Looks promising for black.
Okay, but then
Not absolutely clear, but because you've got quite a lot of pawns, you could play rook a4 there, something
Yes.
like that.
You mean immediately? Like
Yes.
Right now I want.
Yes.
But is this enough? Like, let's say.
Takes.
d7.
Okay, let me take on this one.
And to go for this position, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. But I think they.
I
Yes.
think we're going for
Yeah,
something.
they're going
like,
for this variation.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's.
because this is not easy to win.
Let's watch the moves on the board. But do you have something more than bishop d5?
I don't think so.
No, he has to play it.
I don't think so at all. So it's pretty clear. He's got to go for it. And then I don't see a way to strengthen it further. He's done bishop d5, king f7 has been played, we're doing well on predictor move. Almira. Do we?
King f7 and rook a4. Yes, that's the line. we
Well,
were-
I'm thinking rook a4. Yes.
No, but we need
Yeah.
to take this pawn.
and takes. And is he going to go for it? I've got 4 pawns. It's still better for black, of course, but especially if he can. He's gone. Fantastic.
But then rook a4, and like in this final position, do we have something like rook d1?
I think we've got a stockfish brain implant at the moment.
These moves are forced. that's the only thing.
Don't give our game away.
That's the only thing we can do, I think, is to make the only moves. But is this possible? Rook d1 here, king.
Yes.
King g2.
There was also rook d2 because I think you have to.
Rook d2 without checking. Yes?
Without check. Don't check.
Okay, rook d2.
But I think king f1 is forced. I can't move that. I have to play f3.
You will play f3 anyway, yes?
Yeah,
So that's,
and g4, and I'll then if I cement those.
But then this. Bishop a2, and I want to transfer my bishop to c4. Can I? I wanted to be sure if I could win this pawn.
Well, I'm not sure you can, but
f4 maybe.
I can play f4.
And then rook e5. Yes.
Yeah, or maybe bishop rook c5 was better. Just by the way.
You mean
I don't play
not
f4.
f4?
Maybe if I just keep this. I don't think this. So I'll just.
So this.
And I want rook c. I want f3. I just keep that pawn there. I play g4 and I just protect. And I think this will be very, very difficult to.
You mean to
win.
convert? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, to convert the extra piece. Yeah, 3 pawns for a piece. Actually,
Well,
guarantee white.
even 2 pawns. Once you start
So if I
defending,
take this-
you need to defend. I'm not bothered about the A pawn, which I don't think is very significant. But, once we've got that chain on the king side, it will be very, very difficult to win.
Oh, and he goes for rook d2?
Yes, king f1.
So they're just one move away from the time control. 3 draws for the moment. And will we have a decisive game today? Nigel?
No. I think we like draws.
Just a second. What is going on in this endgames? Oh, he went for d5 and he didn't close the structure in the center.
Okay.
So he went f4 immediately.
Well, maybe there was a good reason for that, although I don't know what it is.
So yes, as you explained to us that you would go for e5 and f4, f5.
Yeah, I still think that that's better for white, but I don't know why f4 is a very strange move to me, because so king f1 was played. We've got all the moves, a whole sequence of them, Almira.
And Sam Shanklin took on e4.
Yeah,
King
it's
e4.
it's a very strange decision by Peter Svidler, I think, strategically.
And knight,
But who am I to disagree?
Knight cd5. Yes, this he gave up this very important square. Could
Knight
this be
c4,
the
knight
idea?
c4. Yes, I think so.
Okay, I just.
So
but
what happened?
do we have the result? Another draw, yes. Just a second. Etienne Bacro made a draw with white against Casper Pirun.
Can we quickly?
They just agreed.
Some repetition. Exactly.
Like this, yes. So bishop f2, and
yes,
they agreed. Draw was agreed. So 4 draws, 4 games still in progress. Yes, we were trying to understand here. So
I think knight c4 is the idea.
And then
the question is, can we do something really? Can we do a wild move like f5 check?
Nigel, look, because he actually played knight d3 with the same. He improved his knight. Yes.
Yeah, I was concerned about knight takes e3, but he has an intermezzo there. I think
knight
that's
d5 check first.
Yes, and that's annoying.
And with all like the rook.
So you put the king back on e8, and then you take with the bishop, I guess, on e3.
Okay, let's say knight d5, but I still have this very important resource of playing knight c3.
I can also play rook c7 there, maybe.
Not here.
Oh, sorry. So I'm going.
Finally,
I blundered a rook. It wasn't mate in 1. No, I was getting. You see, that is a typical error because you're
this
thinking.
Knight on g5,
no,
yes,
you're
looking here.
But you know how it comes about. It's very interesting to study the types of errors because you are anticipating knight c3 check, knight takes a2.
Yes.
And therefore you've kind of got that in your mind, knight c3, and you forget that he can do something else. So that wouldn't be a good move. Bishop d2 is perhaps a better move.
Okay, but then this was played. So knight d3, and normally like you were absolutely right, because I remember even from the lessons that we had with Mark Dvoretsky, he always insisted upon this point that these knights they're fighting for the same square. So you need to exchange one and then to bring another one to the square.
Yeah, the surplus knight or whatever it's called.
It's actually very important.
So knight c4. Knight c4 here.
Bishop d6. Yes, Peter is still thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
What move is this, actually? Move 38. Yes, I believe.
Has he got knight e5 check? Or what? What's he done? Can't see that. Screen is so small from...
Oh, yes, we'll have
we're being
a look.
tested.
Yeah. Well, I don't see anything anyway.
Well, I'm the same.
Especially, no, he played f5. This move appeared now in the PGN. So let's have a look at this one.
It's a good positional move.
But then, once again, could we consider this exchange,
we
bishop
certainly
d3
can.
and knight d5?
We could even consider... that's
maybe knight c5 here, yes? But then king e7.
No, take it, Almira.
Take it.
Knight.
Yes, you want to tell me that in the long run your knight will be much better.
I'll play rook a8. I'll just defend that.
Yes.
I feel that black is okay. That's what I feel. Superfluous.
But what a look.
The superficial knight. No, that was something.
Nigel, these images are so powerful.
They are.
Tension. When tension, Sam Shankland takes on e3. Okay. The players will reach the time control, and What happens in our games here? Yes, so King f1 was played and Bishop a2 was played. This is a sequence that we analyzed for the moment. Okay, we had two options, Rook c5 and maybe a less attractive one,
Yeah,
f4.
I mean, look, it's maybe possible.
What did he play? He played rook. Did he make a rook move?
I don't know what he did.
Just wait a second. I will wait for the...
We're squinting away.
Rook c5, yes. Mm-hmm.
Rook c5. On positional grounds.
Okay, back to this one.
Yeah.
They're about to reach time control. And, okay, this is...
Superficial knights.
This is something very different. Although I think that our white has sufficient resources to draw, but then, you know, this is going here.
You're optimistic here. Why should he have...
I know, because, no, I forgot you have this run. Because I was thinking that I could harass your king.
This looks like serious trouble.
No, I'm not sure at all.
Tell me something, Almira. Tell me what you think about the psychology here. Can you remind our viewers on the previous scores of these two players?
Yes, actually, Haik Martirosyan leads with a +2 score. They played 4 games against each other. Okay. So both of them are, well, very young. So I think Haik Martirosyan is 21 and Tabatabai Mamin is 20. So maybe, well, even before this match started, Iranian player was feeling the pressure of proving something. Yes.
Yeah. So, if we recall the course of this game, earlier on, Tabatabai, he could have just made a draw. He could have just repeated. Mm-hmm. So, he's 2 points. So, lifetime score, he's 2 points down. Here he is playing a mini match, and he's thinking, my chance to beat him is with white. I get the advantage of the move. I'm going to go for it. And maybe he just lost his objectivity. You know, people can be too desperate to equalize their scores, lifetime scores, if you understand what I mean.
Yes, but on the other hand, this format doesn't, well, makes you even more responsible. You know, the price of each move is much higher here than in any other classical games. So you have to be actually even more rational in your approach, you know, while considering your options. Doesn't matter, you know, because then Haik Martirosyan would have white, but if he, well, overpushes it, then he simply loses the match. So how to play this game with white as well? From this perspective, it's not so easy. You have to be very well prepared. So, but I do understand, of course, that he wanted to give it all with white pieces.
I don't think it was justified. That was my feeling. That, you know, sometimes people, they go for it, but I think it was his judgment was wrong, because even if he would win the pawn back, I think it was not, he was not going to have sufficient to win the game. So a very, very risky way to play. And in this position, he is surely regretting it.
Look, 4 seconds but he already reached time control. Sorry, I was so scared because I haven't seen the moves, and my heart is Once someone told me that I was wearing my heart on my sleeve, but my heart was certainly gone at this point. This was such a difficult moment, but they reached the time control, so he's certainly in trouble. But it's one important lesson that I've learned actually when I studied poker and when I played poker tournaments, how important it was to
take beta blockers.
to consider every hand as a unique one.
Oh, right.
So which should not influence your judgment, Of course, you have some history, you have to take a lot of elements and to consider a lot of factors when you take a decision, when you play different hands, but it should not affect your psychological state, which is very difficult, actually. So you would not tilt.
Yes.
And go all in, like probably, this happened if he
Tilting, that's in pinball, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the image, actually. That's when you lose, your reasoning, so you are not, your rational thinking is affected.
Yes.
And so you explained this very well. Let's get back to which games. So this is the end game we have now.
We think he's in trouble.
But how did they get to this position? So he actually played rook e1.
All right.
Took king g7, but then h6.
So he's keeping his h pawn.
Yes. So okay. What to do?
And now we go
f8,
and we annex rook c8 check and
rook c8. That's what played. Actually, what was played. Maybe he missed this h6 move, but maybe
maybe it's still a draw.
Because no, I understand, but in our variation we played rook e1, rook e8, so we managed to.
Yeah.
We were lucky. Let's say we managed to avoid this line, but then. That's what if I simply keep my rook on the h file? What do you do? And h7 runs into just a second. H7 simply runs into king g7, so you cannot do this. What if I simply
do nothing?
Do this? Yes,
you nothing. Do absolutely nothing.
That's a draw, probably. No.
I don't see a way of winning this just yet. Can you throw in f5 at some point?
But which one?
Yeah,
where do you want your king to be for this?
Yeah, well, I need my rook on h8, don't I? But this is not going to help that much.
With the rook on h7, now I threaten to take, so you need to so you need to protect it.
Okay, so we play rook h8.
Mm-hmm. I go back.
I don't really see a plan at the moment.
Okay, back to this game. Rook c5, right. King d6, and well, first of all, yes, King g2, rook e1. Actually, he played after rook e1. No, what was it? No, after rook c5, check happened. King g2, rook e1, King f3, and King d6. What is your idea?
he's pressing. He's going for forcing white to move his e-pawn. That's really what he's after. So he's looking for bishop c4.
Then okay.
So you go here. Now I check you on
d5.
d5, and you've got king e3.
Still.
It feels uncomfortable.
It is. Maybe I can start attacking your pawns. I'm not sure.
G4 then.
G4 then, yes. And
so I need something better than that. Just
Okay, but then
Once you get in G4 and F3, I feel that you shouldn't lose this position.
Okay, let's just show this, because what we were trying to explain beforehand, let's say I will attack the pawn, so this. You want to get this chain of pawns and to protect the E2 pawn when attacked.
Oh, can we just go back a second? Just,
Which
okay,
move?
sorry. How did
Here?
we do this? Not bishop d5.
Okay, not bishop d5.
Okay, so you play...
Kings.
Now, if I play rook h1, what do you do?
Okay, I thought about this maneuver when we had the bishop on d5, but then I had f3, so yes. Rook h1. But maybe, sorry Nigel, maybe I was wrong here.
You coughed then, Almira.
I'm losing my voice actually. I think
yeah.
that after...
I think that's one of the issues. And I went out the other day and it was raining a bit, and then you get some little, tiny little cough or something like that. And,
but my vocal cords are very often affected by the commentary, so I think that at the end,
I mean,
at the end of this tournament, I'm not sure that we're
going to have any.
we will be able to.
We won't have a career in opera after this.
Why not? Maybe I went wrong here. Maybe I should keep my rook on a5 and also to be able to play rook a7. So. Here I would have
No. Yeah. So, but this way I've got bishop
c4.
c4.
Yes.
And is it enough? I mean, there's a question.
Wait.
There's a question of whether you can
Play rook a7.
Yeah. Bishop takes e2, check. King g2, maybe king f4. I don't know.
I'm thinking yes about. I'm considering both options, but king f4
feels like a draw. There's not enough. King f4 takes.
Okay.
See, even when you blunder too many things, you feel it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
But then maybe
bishop
maybe if it did g4
first, of course.
But then you have to defend for 75 moves in rook and bishop against rook, which, as we saw earlier on.
And I think a move was played. Let's have a look. Rook c2 was played. So not rook c3, but rook c2. So now you don't have this rook h3. You might win the pawn, but still. What do you do here? Rook h1 loses the bishop, so you cannot do this. Bishop b3 was played. And so you mean no queen of the night for me?
No.
No Mozart. No. I was hoping to, for this lyrical interlude during some chess commentary to throw you off completely.
Like whatever it is, the Zauberflöte, the
La flûte enchantée.
Is that it?
So, okay, this one. Before we earn our right to a short break, knight e5 was played after.
Yeah, I think it was in danger of getting a worse position. So bishop takes e5 and then knight c3 check. Might not help.
How do we take here? Actually, I think he took here.
Yeah,
actually, yes,
we take and then knight c3 check. I mean, we're not actually winning anything with that, but... But he's got this... No, you take with the pawn. Of course you take with the pawn. And this pawn structure can just be winning sometimes. That's...
Can I take... I know this looks
what are you doing?
ridiculous. Oh, sorry, my bishop, yes. So time for a break.
I think it's time for a break.
Yes.
Oh,
I
boy.
cannot take, yes. I have only 2 pieces left and I managed to blunder this one.
All right.
So d takes c5, but then knight c3.
Yeah, the king will go somewhere, I'm not quite sure, even to... Okay, let's put it on f3.
On f3, then on knight e2 you will play rook e1, yes?
Yes.
Maybe I will keep my knight for the moment. Do I have another option?
You can play rook b5.
Yeah. But then rook b5
No,
maybe.
rook b5, f6.
Yes,
f6 is
you have,
really
yeah.
dangerous, really dangerous.
Because I don't know how to.
Yeah, that's the point. That
To
when
react
you
to
get
this
that
one.
structure, you suddenly are always threatening breakthroughs.
But then on knight c3, king f3, f6 is a very dangerous threat. So maybe knight c3 is already an inaccuracy.
It's
Still.
possible.
Nigel, as usual, I have a question. Can I play f6 myself here using that your king is on? I know.
F takes e6 and rook c6
and rook
chicks.
c- okay.
Almira, you're blundering pieces all the time. God.
Yes, but it often happens when you have this pressure you don't like about it, and you want to.
I think you were talking
find a
too
way.
long to Emil Satowski. That was it. I got my energy back whilst you were talking away about all those important things, and you've just been exhausted, worn out by this long session in the studio.
So. No, I'm actually worn out by this idea. I don't know what to do because this. Then I should take.
Yeah, but you can also lose this endgame.
How am I supposed to play here? You mean you will always have g5 and f6 maybe? Some.
You have different breakthroughs.
Yes, there are a lot of
so for
breakthroughs.
instance, there are some let's look, rook b5, king e4. Let's go rook d5.
D5, yes.
Now look at g5 as a move.
I already looked at it because now that you cannot
Now,
take
if
on
you,
f5,
if you take and then f6,
f6.
take and rook h1. That's it.
Well, I understand. Like, in order not to blunder, I need to trade knights and everything. With the rooks,
Yeah.
with the rooks, it will be more difficult. So, but then
Good.
maybe rook b5, king e4.
Good.
I don't have king e7. There is rook c7. So this, even the rook endgame is
Well, it's
dangerous.
it's dangerous. This structure is unpleasant. And Sam Shankland knows all about pawn structures. He's writing these books on pawn structures.
Oh, only really?
Yeah, very
Yes,
good,
I
very
haven't
good.
read this
You
one, yes.
need to. There are two books. So anyway,
Okay, one last.
next one.
Yes, one
Let's-
last look.
let's-
So this is the end game. Nothing happened for the moment. So this happened. He played h5, I think, with the idea h4, h5, then h4 fixed the pawn. I'm not sure about this one, but okay, still g6 and rook h8.
Rook h8, and if we now go rook
Rook
b2.
But actually, that's the position that I wanted to have. Now
you say, no, how you want make draw.
Okay,
Yes, how you make draw.
check.
You make check, I play king f8.
King f8, and now I bring my rook.
My name is Boris.
Yes.
I play my missa. Sorry, that was referring to a Trevor Noah sketch, but
Nigel,
yes.
what about rook a7?
And you're making.
Are you going to?
I'm going to check you on, or maybe. Rook takes g2. King f7.
You're going to
I'm going to do
E6.
something. I'm going to e8.
E8, okay.
But I agree, it's not easy. And in fact, maybe you're... No, you shouldn't be...
I shouldn't
be,
give check?
Yeah, I think
I'll
you're...
keep your king on e8? Okay.
Yeah.
But then...
Maybe you could have
Nigel,
played your king somewhere
to
else.
b5, yes. Actually, now that I'm thinking that when you checked me, could I go king b5?
What happened here?
No, Nigel, king b5. Draw agreed, I think. Another, because, yes.
Why?
Well, that was the...
That was the position.
The position, yes.
Yes.
Draw was agreed, so
Yes.
let's get back to this one. Actually, in our analysis, after you check me, maybe I should go king b5 and king c6. So I'm taking all your squares away.
Yes.
And then king c6,
Yes.
and then I don't see how do you
You're going to
escape.
make a draw anyway. Okay, let me try. I'll play... Let me take on g2. I'm going to risk life and limb
You
by
go to
playing.
h6?
I'm going to h6. Correct. And now you want to mate me with... Oh, maybe you go rook f7. That's the move.
And then knight e7
then
and
knight
knight
e7,
g8. Okay.
yeah.
You will have to go g5 at some point, but then it will be really very
Yes.
dangerous. I will take with g5. But let's have a look at the moves which were played on the board. Knight d2 was played, king d3, and king e6.
So Fedoseev was a draw. Is that right? Against,
Yes, we have 5 draws so
already.
far.
Maybe Peter Svidler is going to win.
Okay. Nigel, we should use this moment while we still have a chance. We will have a short break and we will come
Yes.
back
Yes.
for the finale of this round.
Okay.
And then Nigel will sing for sure.
Something. In the way she moves. That's...
So my first guest this afternoon is Grandmaster Andrei Esipenko. You've just did a draw with Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. It seemed quite a solid game. Could you tell us a bit about the game, please?
Yeah, it was a very solid game. And after the opening, when he played bishop c3, yeah, I had a lot of moves, like knight e4 probably, or b6. But I played c5, and I think it's quite good decision. So I think it wasn't problems in this game, so I'm happy with this result.
It must be a huge satisfaction to get the draw with the black pieces in the first game, especially after yesterday you had a very tough tiebreak with Daniil.
Not really, because I think it was some problems for White, and he needed to calculate in some moment. So yeah, it's okay, this result, but it could be better.
And at the end, there was a threefold repetition. Did you have any other opportunity to try and do something, or did you think that all the lines were in a draw?
I thought maybe I could play bishop a6, but after rook d5, it's probably a lot of ways to make a draw. So I decided that it's fine.
Okay, well, good game and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my second interview this afternoon is Polish number one, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. How are you doing, Jan?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming to the press center. It's the first opportunity we had to talk to you during the whole week, which is actually quite strange. But you've just drawn with Grischuk. Could you take us through the game, please?
Yeah, it was a very tense game, but apparently might be quite correct. I played this Vinna game. He opted for the most aggressive and most principal way. This bishop g5 is very interesting. I mean, very interesting position. Can occur after that. And I was out of book quite immediately. I mean, I was checking this stuff, but got confused because White has many options like rook a1, rook fd1, rook a1, and so on, like queen c2. And I mean, there are many transpositions possible. And so I decided just to play rook b8. And I mean, it was at least very easy for me to play, just to play b5. And at some point to be honest, I quite liked my position in the entire game. Obviously, it was risky because he had an attack, but I was obviously very solid and with extra pawn. In the end, I also wanted to play something else. It's another king h8 move, but didn't quite see how to proceed because my first intention, rook a1, was losing a king because of knight f3, and there is bishop f5 trick in the end, the variation. And I didn't see a move. It's also very tricky because it's easy to blunder, I think, with black. Always rook g4 or some sacrifices with 5 e6 at any moment. So after king h8, I expected him to play rook e6, to be honest, because it's also very difficult to play with white. It was kind of interesting game.
Quite dicey. At least it seems you had the game more or less under control during the whole game. And tomorrow you have the second game of the match where you will play with the white piece. Obviously, we don't expect you to say anything about what you're planning, but how are you feeling after this draw with the first game?
I'm feeling okay, of course. Especially considering that there was a moment in my career when I lost to Alexander Grischuk 5 games in a row, I think. All of them starting with d4 in the first move. So at least I stopped bleeding after that. Because I was having quite a good score against him after e4, but then he switched to d4 in the first, and I was losing everything, including the match in Grand Prix match, which we played in Hamburg 2019. So I'm very happy, and now I'm obviously I will try to get the game with white. Okay.
Thanks for coming over again, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Welcome back, and I'm delighted to have with me here in the studio Peter Svidler, who made a draw in the end against Sam Shankland. And in fact, this is the first time I've seen Peter whilst I've been here.
Yeah, it's incorrect. This needed to be.
It needed to happen because Peter, in fact, wrote the foreword. To my book.
My opening salvo when I entered this sacred place was, "Where's my book?" Yeah, and I stand, I firm on that point. Like,
I have a copy for him.
Give me my
it's
book. Yeah,
a pristine copy of
Absolutely,
the
that's
book.
what I want to hear.
So that will be resolved after. You see, I'm just a work slave here. I'm kept in the studio, whipped hour after hour. What can I do?
I've heard stories about the whipping, yes.
So, Peter, tell us something about the tournament first, and then we'll come on to your game today.
Well,
how are you feeling?
I'm still in. And I think that's sort of the extent of it for me. I don't know why. Like, it's probably incorrect to say I don't know why I'm still in, but I'm still in because I've won 3 matches. But yeah, it's always a bit of a surprise. I have a decent record in World Cups in general, but every time you continue staying in, you feel like, good. Not entirely what I expected, but good. At least this is how it works for me. But yeah, I mean, it's good to still be in the running, and it feels like I'm also somewhat playing myself into some kind of semblance of form.
Yeah,
because first round was twitchy, and second round was also, I mean, there were definitely things I would like to have done differently, but yesterday I think I played well, and today
you had a very nice combination which I saw with bishop takes two. So I mean it happened very, very suddenly because I thought you blundered for a moment, and you suddenly went boom, sacrificing the bishop in the end game, and I thought, if you don't stroke of genius.
Yeah, if you don't see that when you play king h5, you feel kind of silly. So I mean, I saw that was winning when I was. That was sort of the trap I was setting when I was playing king h5. Yeah, but anyway, as for today, I felt like I was making some sense, but I wanted to ask you honestly because these structures in particular.
Okay, maybe they would be so kind as to give us the board.
Yeah.
This would be very nice.
I don't think I'm up to going through the entire game.
Just any moments that you thought were interesting.
Yeah, somewhere here, Black definitely has like more ambitious ways of playing than what Sam chose. Like, for instance, I was very curious about the idea of provoking me to play b3, which I think knight b6 does very effectively provoke me to play b3. I can't allow knight c4. And then you can go a5, a4. And I thought rook fc8 was actually played with that idea, because leaving the rook on the a file and then opening up the a file post haste feels interesting. But obviously, you might on some occasions get mated on the king side when you're doing this.
I mean, queen h7 checkmate could be a problem. Also, queen g7 is another possibility as well. Knights,
absolutely. Yeah, but obviously, some teleportation is required here, because these pieces aren't really getting there so easily. So I was kind of busily calculating some kind of positions like this, which are, I think, incredibly unclear. But what Sam chose instead, he played queen b6 and then takes on b4. I'm guessing he played it sort of with the idea of doing what he did, and I was not at all unhappy about that, because after queen e2...
Can we get... I think we right-click on those arrows too. We've got beautiful arrows or something. I don't know what we do.
And they aren't going away?
They're not going away.
That's unfortunate.
Do we not right-click on one? No, we don't. No.
Well done. I think that's very, very true to form, because me and arrows are partners for life.
This is very exciting.
If they're never disappearing, like I assume they
there's something at the top, I think, that we can click, one of those. Erase arrows. That's
success.
That's a good sign.
Obviously, queen e2 a5 is kind of required, because I'm already intending to go e5 queen e4, and if I play e5 here, I run into bishop a6, which is important.
Right.
But the whole point is, like, I was not at all unhappy about this position after, let's say, we got here, and after rook c8, well, I mean, black has now sort of having given up the c file. You have a choice of playing bishop a6, which is what he did, or you can play rook c8. But the issue with rook c8 is that, despite so many pieces coming off the board, this is still
checkmate.
Yeah,
or close.
And you would like to play a5 here, but unfortunately, it runs into knight takes a5.
Yes.
So you can't ever really do that comfortably. So Sam ended up going for this endgame, and honestly, I think it's probably equalish, but not, I think, the way he played it. I think, first of all, it's kind of lucky that, black doesn't lose on the spot, because after rook c7, you can be excused in thinking that white just wins a piece here, but kind of luckily for black,
there's some
this does work out,
yes.
and then d5 and knight c5,
knight c5,
and the rook gets chased, and but the point is, after rook c8 check, whatever you do is kind of annoying. You kind of have to play king h7, and now I'm just aiming to bring my king into the center, and I'm kind of in full control over the c file forever, and the pawns on a5 and b4 are going to be weaknesses. But the issue here is that after king f1, rook a7, king e2, I'm pretty sure d5, e5, knight e4 equalizes. I couldn't find any way to actually get an advantage in this position. I was kind of looking at it for a very long time, and I just couldn't figure out why I'm better. Because unfortunately, I cannot take if my knight cannot go to g2. So I have to play something like bishop e1, I thought, to create a threat of taking and playing knight g2. And now I think what I really disliked was this, with the intention of going knight b6, knight c4. And it felt to me that I'm just not going to be able to make much progress. But instead of this, Sam just played very, very slowly. He went for this kind of a setup, where also here I think knight d7, knight b8 can be played even immediately, but he played king g8, b3, knight d7, and we got to this. I think this is sort of a turning point. Like we get here, he played knight c7. All of these moves are not forced, but I've made as much progress as I can make without allowing some trades or allowing d6, d5 as in the game. And I was going to ask you, because like. I feel like I'm not very confident in evaluations of these endgames. For instance, what Sam told me after the game was that he was mostly worried about e5 here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, but like, how good is this really?
Well,
like,
I look, Peter,
because now there will be some counterplay on the a file. I will have to kind of pay attention to, and well, I mean it's definitely better than what I did, because what I did was sort of connected with a miscalculation. But I was going to ask you as a French player with a pedigree, as opposed to me, who doesn't really understand that opening at all.
Come on.
No, seriously, like French is my worst opening by far.
I just felt that this is. I thought it was unpleasant for black. I recalled a game which I won in the BBC Master game. It was actually played in 1980. It was shown in 1981 broadcast. And I beat Tony Miles in some structure like this.
Yeah, I feel like
and F4 and F5, and you're suddenly pressing. But it is different, I agree, because there is some potential pressure against B3, but not enough, I suspect.
I will have to pay some attention to it, like A4, F4, rook A7, for instance. Yeah. But the issue is I can always probably find a way to restructure my pieces so that the knight can come to C2 and smoke out the rook on A3.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely should have been played, because I sort of overestimated what I got in the game. I played the somewhat stupid move F4, which I thought also made some sense, because like the knight comes to d3 and we have
it was a strange decision, but the funny thing was that when you did it, I thought that was really hideous, and then the more I started to think about it, I thought you were giving him some problems.
I think it's actually tempo by tempo that it fails. Like in a lot of spots here, if I have just one more tempo somewhere, like 95, 93, bishop d6, and I think f5 is a mistake, but the 5 is once again connected to a slight miscalculation. But let's say, if in this position I can play bishop d2, and it's once again my move after bishop d2 somehow, and I just play 95 check. It might be extremely annoying for black.
Because you've got that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, knight f6 check is a huge big problem here, which I missed.
Dropping a pawn.
Yeah, which forced me to play 95 in this position, which leads to a forced draw. But I no longer really have a choice. So, I mean, clearly, if talking about the one important moment in the game, it's clearly me, misunderstanding things. I'm not playing e5 here.
Much too modest.
But I feel like I probably should not have gotten this position as well. As I mentioned, I think Sam played the whole sequence starting from c8 check, king h7. He could have played it in a more concrete fashion, trying not to allow me to get the king to g3 at all. But yeah, here I mean, complaining about having like 5 minutes for 5 moves here is a bit stupid, but with benefit of more time, I probably would have assessed this position slightly better than I have during the game. But I mean, it's fine. It's a workout. I played a full game of chess today without blundering a single piece.
So. Well, you did. We certainly didn't blunder any pieces. I just thought it was a little bit strange because, I mean, the nice thing about e5 is. This guy
is not very active.
He's, so you've got that sort of permanent advantage on the king side, and that one isn't doing too well. And as you say, it's probably a question of whether he can create some sufficient activity on the other side, and maybe he can't. I mean, that's.
But also my play is somewhat slow because even let's say if I get a 4 or 5 in, I'm still not really threatening very much.
Sometimes you go f4 and g5.
Yeah, I know, but then with the rook on the back rank, he can mostly play rook h8 in response to that. But yeah, I mean, it's clearly better than what I did. So I'm not trying to, argue for my decision. My decision was flat out incorrect. But the more I look at this, the less I understand what worried me about this position. To be entirely honest, but I mean, such is life.
Okay, brilliant. Peter, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for tomorrow's game.
Tomorrow.
And before you go, you've got to give us your tip for the Cricket World Cup this year.
I'm slightly out of the loop. This year is the T20.
T20.
Yeah, I mean,
that's right.
England should still be pretty decently placed, right?
That's why you're invited up here, Peter. Such a good man. Thank you for that. Words of encouragement, and
have you watched a single of those hundreds?
No, I haven't.
I mean, we were old fogies here,
I was so happy earlier because to watch some live sport. So I have watched some cricket this year. So
let's see.
So I mean, with the COVID, such a disaster. So
apparently, it's very watchable. I mean, it's a kind of an unfortunate. It's one of those. There's recently been a long story. I will not, recap here. Which sort of the moral of the story is, unfortunately, it slaps. The punchline is so. The 100 is, perhaps one of those things where you kind of think it probably shouldn't be good, but it might actually be good, which will be. For old people like us, will be somewhat disappointing.
Of course. But that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, great, Peter. Thanks a lot. We will take a very short break, and then I will be rejoined by Almira for what's left of today, which is not a lot, in fact.
Probably not a lot,
I'm not quite sure what we've got left, but
good luck with that,
join us soon.
Welcome back, and here we are. Nigel, all the games have ended.
And we've had
only one
decisive result.
Yes, let's have a look at the end of this game between Tabatabai Mamin and Haik Martirosyan. Haik Martirosyan won with black, and well, this final position is quite hopeless.
Maintaining his upper hand, his psychological superiority, because as we mentioned, he was +2 up before this game, and Tabatabai tilted. I've learned the expression now. Went too far, I think lost his objectivity a little bit. And that's going to put him in an unpleasant situation because having to win with black, it can be done. It has been done in the past, but normally it puts you under severe pressure. So we have some other games here. Yes,
this game was drawn. I just wanted to show you the final position as well. I was even thinking,
white could possibly be better,
at some point, but well, it's a draw. Tomorrow we have another exciting round. Maybe we'll have the results on your screen. So.
Yeah, that would be great to just have a quick recap.
Yes, in one moment. So meanwhile, I will use the possibility of expressing our gratitude to our sponsors. Gazprom is the general partner of the FIDE World Cup. Of course, it supplies the natural gas and all other energy resources all over the world. We have Norilsky Nickel. Norilsky Nickel is a leading Russian metals and mining company, so Nornickel, and it's the world's largest producer of high-graded nickel and palladium. And of course, Fosagro, like behind our backs, is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers. And it's a strategic partner of the event and of the Russian Chess Federation. So here we are with the results of the 5th round, the FIDE World Cup. All games have been drawn except one. Haik Martirosyan won against Amin Tabatabai.
And particular interest for Magnus Carlsen, because I wouldn't say he was exactly in trouble today, but he was unimpressive with the white pieces. So, and this is against an opponent who has already defeated him
in their first
encounter.
And with white pieces.
Yeah, so, you know, a young opponent, we'll see whether that's going to cause any problems for Magnus. You write him off at your peril. I don't know who writes off Magnus Carlsen, to be honest. Such a brilliant player, but maybe just some little difficulties for tomorrow's game. We'll look on that with great interest.
So meanwhile, staying alive. Yes, Nigel.
Yes.
Important song. We will be so glad to be here tomorrow. Thank you so much for your messages, your support. We hope that we provided you with some quality entertainment.
We do our best.
Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.
See you then.